Coffee stains and name chains. I am such a loner. San Francisco bases got me slowly taking over. I can't wait to show you that I'm gonna take it over. LeetCode, beast mode, 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 LeetCode, beast mode. This is not a main thing, really I'm a coder. Coffee stains and name chains, I am such a loner. San Francisco bases got me slowly taking over. I can't wait to show you that I'm gonna take it over. LeetCode, beast mode, 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 LeetCode, beast mode.
What up? Yo, chat. What's up? Long time. The images? Which images? Noor, what's up? Oh, yeah. That was chat. That was AI generated, not gonna lie. How's everyone been? It's been a while. I was in New York City for the last 10, 11 days, pretty much. Man, New York is different. You go there, the energy is different, lots of people. I love that city. I need to go back, but I love San Francisco as well. Just come back here, grind, focus on this stuff. The New York, I don't know. Who here has been to New York? Where's everyone based? You're based in Middle East? Where? Bay Area. Where in the Bay Area? Holy. I've been lacking all March because I just been traveling. I started traveling around March 10. Cupertino? Okay. You know what's up. Cupertino is straight Silicon Valley. How do you like it living in Cupertino? And what should we study today? I feel like I need to study a little bit of dynamic programming, but also might just do some of these contests. We'll see. Man, SF, the weather here is better because Cupertino is hot. But year round, Cupertino is probably better. I don't know. You like SF weather more than Cupertino? Really depends if you like the heat. SF, I mean, the weather is very predictable. It always stays the same. Windy, cold. Hold up. We got somebody coming in late, joining in later. The Codeforces, or we're gonna have a Sean hop in later. The guy who solved over 3,000 questions. All right, we're gonna grind. Go.
This is not my main thing, really, I'm a coder.
New York was fun. Pretty much, I have I get a little bit of flexibility at work because we I mean, my manager can lets me work out of pretty much anywhere as long as I still have to go into the office 3 to 5 days a week, but there's a SF office or there's a New York office, so I just pretty much worked out of there. Stayed around Times Square. Man, New York is sick. A lot of stuff happening. People are more fashionable. Um, there's so many bars and food, pizza, entertainment. So lots of things to do. Like I was there for St. Patrick's Day, so I went out for St. Patrick's Day, checked out the different neighborhoods, ate a lot of good. I was staying near Chinatown for the first few days, so ate a lot of good Chinese food. Then what else? Watched some Broadway, went to the Comedy Cellar. I mean, there's so much stuff to do. Y'all just gotta go to New York. It's hella expensive, but you can make it work. I'm gonna grind out some questions. How's everyone been? How's the job hunt? How's the economy? It's been a while since I tapped in and seen where everyone was up to, and I'm a bit out of touch with how the economy and stuff is going. I know there's lots of layoffs and stuff looming, but we'll see how all that goes. Know anywhere where I can get understandable solutions to LeetCode Contest 494. The answers in the solution tabs are all AI slop. LeetCode Contest 494, was that the most recent one? How many questions did you solve? Yo, what up? What up? Yeah, I'm back from New York. Honestly, one of the yeah, I'm still at Meta for now. We'll see. We will see. Honestly, some of the best answers come or the if you want to find good solutions, TLE Eliminators is pretty good. They focused on so did live. So they cover weekly contest 494 and honestly they're pretty good. This is the type of content I watch when I need to like upsolve and stuff like that. Okay, let me see. I'm gonna study some dynamic programming and then we're gonna get Sean joining in soon. Wait, let me log in. Holy, it's been a while since I'm not even logged into my leak code. Hold up, need to sign in. Copy password. Yeah, check out TLE Eliminators if you wanna if you need help upsolving. They're pretty good. It's like just logging into my LeetCode. Holy, it's been a while since I even did LeetCode. Yo, X, what's up? X, where you working at these days? Yes, sir. Yo, chat. It's been a while since all March I've been lacking because I've been gone. But the ratings are pretty good. I think I'm almost at LeetCode Night. LeetCode Night is at 1850. And then Codeforces, this like pupil level, about 40 away. So hopefully I can get there in the next couple weeks. That's the main focus. My next. Oh, you're doing quick internship at Apple? That's sick. So we're about to have Lee Goat join us. Man, you're doing all these internships, but that's good. At least you're getting a lot of experience. But when you start, make sure that you stay. Test. Hold up. To make sure my mic is good. Internships is the best time to actually go check out a lot of different stuff, but oh, is my mic better now? Yo, am I good? Test. Yeah, I mean, I would say don't job hunt too hard or don't job hop too much, especially when you get into the industry. Let's say stick out around 3 years. What age do I plan to retire? Probably 40. But yo, chat, we're about to get Lee Goat, Ishan into the. He's gonna do a coding interview. I'm gonna ask him questions from Peralta 75, and we're gonna see how many questions he can solve in the span of 1 hour. That's gonna be in like 45 minutes. So we're gonna do some studying. Yeah, the market isn't too bad, huh? The hell's happening? Is my site down? Damn. All articles under construction? No way. The AI tweaked. I have bots working on my website. It tweaked out. What the hell? All of these articles should be published. Damn. I'll fix that later. Okay, I need to brush up on some dynamic programming. Cause that's kind of where I'm weak at right now. Let me see this article. See if my article is any good. I haven't read this since I wrote it. Chat, what are some good DP questions? If you're doing DP, where do you usually start? Like climbing stairs? Okay, let me read over this and make sure it's good. So top down DP. Yeah, those are too easy, but you gotta have one that you just get started with, right? All right. Write the recursive solution first, then add a cache. And then wait, what the tweaking? What is this? Okay. Write the recursive solution first, then add a cache so that each state is computed only once. Same power as bottom up DP, often easier to think about. Dynamic programming solves problems by breaking them down into overlapping subproblems. Top-down memorization is the most natural way to write it. You define a recursive function, DP, with the state that returns the best answer for the state, and you cache results so each state is computed at most once. Makes sense? Chad, give me some good DP questions. Without the cache, the recursive computes the same states exponentially. With it, each state is solved once and looked up for free after. this is difference between O of 2 to the n and O of n to the k. Yeah, it's kind of at a high level. It's talking about rotting oranges. I never actually do this way in Python. Overlapping subproblem, the same state. Yeah, that's just straight graph question. Overlapping subproblems, same state is reached via different paths, optimal substructure. The best answers come from the best sub answers, makes sense. Minimum cost for tickets. All right, let's go. Why do you keep doing this? He's tweaking. Oh, I'm not logged in? Okay, let me log in. What is this short?
I'm both
What is this short you're sending?
optimistic and pessimistic about the future of AI. AI is great at solving problems that already has solutions. The vast majority of companies are trying to solve something that hasn't been solved for before. And that creativity, that ingenuity, it comes from senior talent. And if you're not hiring juniors today because of AI, you're not going to have seniors tomorrow. So you're not going to be able to solve those complex problems a year from now, 2 years from now, 5 years from now. I'm both optimistic and
I like that. I like that take. I like that take. I agree. 100,000% agree. Yeah, this is one of his best takes of all time. He's finally not trolling. LeetCode, beast mode. I'm trying to... what was that question called? Minimum cost for tickets? Alright. Stop, switch to Google. Alright. Let's get it. I don't think I've done this question before. Perfect. Alright, first day back. It's been a couple weeks. Let's see how I can perform on this. Do coin change? Sure. I can take that one. I can look at that after. Is Python preferred when doing LeetCode? For me, it all depends on what you're comfortable with, though. But you want to use a don't worry, I'm gonna do some Codeforces after this quick LeetCode question. I just want to practice dynamic programming. So when it comes to what language you want to use, just use a language that has a lot of the data structures built in. So Python has a lot of, it has queues, it has heaps, it has a lot of the data structures you need in order to solve 95% of questions. And then the rest you can like either import something or like implement from scratch pretty easy. So if you don't have, if you're going to use something like JavaScript, it doesn't have a lot of those data structures. So that's why I really discourage people from using JavaScript for the interviews. Will I ever move back to Canada? I thought about it. Canada's nice, it's cold and stuff, but everything is still happening in the Bay Area. The Bay Area, San Francisco is where a lot of what we do here in this channel and where the industry is right now. A lot of the cool stuff is happening here, so it's hard to leave it. Like if you want to be in finance, you got to be on Wall Street. Why go somewhere random? Okay, you have planned some train traveling 1 year in advance. The days of the year in which you will travel are given as an integer array days. Each day, he's more in tech these days. And Paul, the one thing about finance is you pretty much need to just go to Ivy League in order to make it on Wall Street. So it's they're very elitist. Like you can go to a good school, a decent school. You only get an interview. You pretty much have to go straight. It's really like it's really about what school you went to as well. Okay, you have planned some train traveling. Yeah, I'll go. Maybe I'll go back at some point, but dude, I like the Bay Area. I'm not here for financial cushion anymore. Like I already have a decent financial cushion. It's more just, am I gonna be in the place where there's a lot of ideas flowing? Will I be able to raise money if I have an idea? Will I be able to recruit talent if I start something? Do I have access to like the best events and the best people? Yeah, I'm not really money maxing at all. And dude, San Francisco weather is has been amazing the past 3 months, honestly. Okay, you have planned some train traveling 1 year in advance? Yeah, I missed it. The days of the year in which you plan to travel are given as integer days. Each day is an integer from 1 to 65. Man, I love LeetCode. It's been so long, but I love this shit. Each day is an integer from 1 to 365. Train tickets are sold in three different ways: a 1 day pass, 7 day pass, and 30-day pass. The passes allow that many days of consecutive travel. For example, if we get 7 day pass on day two, and then we can travel for 7 days. Okay, perfect. Return the minimum number of dollars you need to travel every day in the given list. Okay, I like this question. Ramen, what up? Okay, this is pretty interesting because we want to leave on day. I like this question. Chat, thank you for whoever brought this up. So to travel for day one, it's gonna cost $2. 1 day pass, 1 day pass, right? For 7 day, you get 7. For 30 day, we get 30. And these are different days. We'll probably want to have them sorted. So, Piyush, what's up? So these are different days. Okay, how are we gonna handle this? Okay, days is in strictly increasing order. The cost, what's okay? Cost is less than 1,000. Okay, yeah. Okay, let me think about this a bit because we can break it down into. I mean, we kind of have 3 decisions per one, and on scopolamine, what the heck is that? So I guess this is how what we're thinking right now. On the first day, we want to minimize the number of dollars. Minimize, right? Essentially, we could buy on this first day, we can buy a 1 day pass, a 7 day pass. Yeah, I just got back, John. What's up, man? Been a minute. John's back posting. Let's get it. I saw the 1 mil challenge. That's gonna be crazy. CFA is doing the 1K to 1 mil challenge. Okay, so essentially, let's do some scally draw. You're being forced to sleep. Why do you need to sleep? So we have day 1, day 4, day 6, 7, 8, and then like way over 20. We could buy 1 day pass, 7 day pass, and like a literally 30 day pass, something like that. On the first day, we have an option to either just buy one ticket. Okay, catch you, bro. Yeah, I was in Meta NYC. It's pretty nice. I went to a few of them, Hudson Yard and the other ones. So on the first day, we can buy, we can either buy one for two. This one costs $2. This one costs $7, and the other costs 15. If I only buy this one for 2 days, I could only cover this. Then I'd have to buy 4, 5, 4. Man, the gelato. Yeah, they had a gelato spot. They have it on in all the offices. It's slap. The thing is, we already know this is DP, so it kind of messes things up. Cause what we can do is we can just try the different options. We could just buy the 2 day pass, the 7 day pass, the 15 day pass. I think the hard part is figuring out why this is DP. So we could buy the 2 day pass, 7 day pass, or the 15 day pass. If we buy the 2 day pass, it'll only get us to here, and then we'd have to buy another 2 day pass here, another 2 day pass here. So what we can do is, yeah, we can kind of make that decision every single time. So on the first day, we can try buying the 2 day pass, the 7 day pass, or the 30 day pass. When we use up a pass, we need to just keep track of we probably just need to move the pointer up to just see where. So we're gonna have the state is gonna be, if I'm at the 0th index, what's the minimum? So I guess one number, which will be the minimum. And then after I make a certain selection, I'm gonna move the index up there. So eventually I'll be like, from the 0th index, what's the minimum that's gonna be in the cache? What would be 4? So if I use 1 here and this uses up 7, it goes all the way to here. Then I would just run it. What's the minimum from 7? Yeah, I would pretty much just run this DP on every index that I would be able to see. Starting on the first day. And then that would be the branch. So we'll start off with 1, and then we'll try for the 2, or we'll have the different branches of 1, 2, and then the minimum would literally be, or yeah, that's the cache. So let's just write this out. Chat, I hope that makes sense. And then the state is pretty much just gonna be So we have the index, and then we're gonna have the days and the cost. And then we'll add that to the recursive function later. But what we're gonna do is we're gonna make the decision to choose one day, choose 7 day, choose 30 day. So we're gonna have a base case here, and then we're gonna have probably the cache case here. And this is the recursive case. So when do we want to end this? We probably want to end this when if the index is greater than equal to the length return 0. And then we'll just throw in a cache here. If the index is in cache, we'll return cache index. Then what we're going to do is we're going to be minimizing. So we're going to start off with float infinity. And then we'll do cache index equals result min, and then return so we're going to choose one, the 1 day pass. So what we're going to do is when we choose the 1 day pass, what we're going to do, I think, is we're going to because we choose the 1 day pass for this, what we're going to do is we're going to do cost of 1 or 0. Then we're going to have to like recursively, we're going to call self.dp on, but what's the index? Here, index. You can't just do index plus 1. And then we'll put days cost, and I think we just need to move up the index. So if the current okay, for index, okay, let me see how I can clean this up. Yeah, I think for 1 day, we could just literally move up the index. But for 7 days, we'll say current day. Current day equals days at the index. Maybe we can just calculate what day from now. One, 7. I'll clean this up after. Okay. For the choose the 1 day pass, we could pretty much just go one index up, so we don't really need this. But for 7 days, we need to go while index is less than the length of days and days at the index is less than 7 days from now. The index that's equals 1. And we have to do this the same for 30 days. I wonder if we can even make this cleaner at some point. Three. Choose 3. So we're gonna try to take the minimum of these. Choose 1. Choose 2. Cache the index like that. And we'll do choose 2. So this is choose 7 day. This is index like that. Days, cost, cache. If this gets over, something like that, and then we return self.dp, start at 0, days, cost, cache. One shot prompt, 0 shot prompt. Damn. What happened here? Index? Okay, let's just trace this. How'd I get... Man, this is expected 11. Why'd I expect 11? 7. Probably at some point, maybe they just bought it 1 day here. 9. And another 1 day. While the... Okay, let's read through this. So we moved the days up by 1. Because we bought a 1 day pass. That covers our day. Now we say while the index, if the days at the index. Sean, what's up? Studying some DP. If what is this? Why did this thing tweak out? So I want the minimum. Choose one, choose two. Index. So I move my index up. So suppose I bought it for 1. Okay, suppose I bought the 7-day pass. So I bought the 7-day pass, so the current day pass. So current day pass covers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So if I buy 7 days from now will equal 8 here. So I'll say if while the index while the days of index is less than 8. If I bought here, if I bought 1, so it should only go 1. It should take up one. It should cover this day, this day, this day, and this day, because it covers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. Yeah, the go to Sean is here. Let's do print. Covers. It's hard to debug a DP problem, but how did I get 12? Let's see. Let me just debug this part and make sure it's go. Seven-day covers 20. 7-day covers 20. Covers 8. What? You tried this question before? Let's see. Make sure I'm on the right index. Sorry. Oh yeah, links don't really work, Sean. Let me see. Yeah, links don't work for some reason because just to like stop people from putting weird links in. Submit it on your profile. Take a look. If you submit it on your profile, I can take a look at your recent. Okay. Damn. What did I do wrong? Maybe less than equal? Nah. No, it doesn't even finish. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. I need to redo it, honestly. It's not I don't like the quality of my thing. I need to redo it. Now everything's wrong? But what did I do wrong? Oh, sorry. If the index is in cache, return the cache. If the index, so this is similar to what you did there. If, okay, something's happening here. If it's day one, this is B31. So we're covered for day 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's something else here. Maybe it's the way I'm doing this. Yeah, it does include the day. Zero days cost. Okay. Okay, what's the minimal here? Let me just actually debug this properly. So the minimum here they say is expected is 11, but I got, how do you even get 12 here? Well, I got like, yeah, I had to do 6 1-day passes. So I got like 1-day pass. Okay, what is this good? What did Deshaun do? Caesar, what up? This makes sense right here. We're kind of doing the same thing. 6, 7. Damn, I don't know what I'm doing wrong. Sean, do you see it? What I'm doing wrong? Who sees it? Chat, who sees it? It might be just the way that I'm moving up my indices. Oh, oh yeah, dude, I'm just tripping. I need to return the index back. Cause then I don't really run it on 30. Yeah, do something like that. Okay, what's happening now? JN, what's up? Damn, what am I doing wrong? Yeah, I should probably just have done this. Yeah, that bisect right is smart. Let's see if doing this bisect right will actually. I've done it before. It's been a while. Days cost. Okay, I'm feeding this into GPT. Got cooked. Why don't they have an AI here yet? Ask. Oh, they do. Oh, this is sick. What's wrong with my algo here? This is sick. See if it actually works. Let's see if this what tier is it? I don't know. I would what do you mean what tier? Like S tier? Where would I rank it? Maybe tier 3, tier 4. Why? What's up? I would say like tier 1 is sort of like all those AI companies. Tier 2 is like fan companies these days, and then so tier 3, tier 4 is like Asana would maybe be like tier 3 or 4. What the hell am I doing wrong? Oh, I'm so dim. Or maybe I had to set this back like that. What the hell? I'll answer that question in like 2 seconds. Oh, okay. I'm so dim. That's what was happening. Yo, this thing is crazy. Okay, there's a couple things I was doing wrong. Messed up my algo. Dude, there's a couple of things that went wrong that messed up my algo. Let me go back to the solution that didn't work. My very first solution. Yo, this Leet AI thing is sick. This is really really good. It ran the code and stuff too. So this was my initial code. I think what I did is the index here moved up, but I was moving the index. Yo, Alpha, I'm about to go even more traveling, man. I'm about to go to. You got 3 months of it. I was working from the office. I was still pumping out code. I just like work wherever I'm at. Okay, so there's a couple issues here. What I did is I was moving up the index, and then after I stored the index here. I think all I need to do to solve this is just go temp equals index. I think I just need to do this. Damn. Okay. That's where I messed up. I was moving up the index, and then I used the moved up index here. What a silly move. Cause for the 0 day pass, okay. Dude, this AI feature is sick. It literally saved me a lot of debugging right here. Generate idea map. Chat, y'all should just use this instead. Yeah, I was Alpha. I was in the NYC office. Okay, I'm gonna miss this one. I'll answer all the chat questions in a second. Yo, I'll review your resume if you drop your resume here, but ensure that it's anonymized. Do I prefer MPK or NYC office? Okay, so for the person asking for the resume review, you can drop it in there. There's a resume review tab, and I could review it from there. Um, how many leak kills to get into meta? 100. 100 medium questions, you should be good. Or 100, just do the top tag questions, you should be good. What else? Do you prefer MPK or NYC office? I like the MPK probably is better. It has way all of the teams there, so probably has way better opportunities. But the food in New York City is better, way better. The breakfast is better, way more options. In lunch, they literally had they had salmon. Dude, in SF, they just give me the driest chicken ever for lunch that I put with my salad. MPK is 90% guys and New York City has women. Yeah, 100%. Dude, if you want to meet women or anything, go to NYC. People are dressed better. It's way less dudes. Everyone's more social and knows how to talk. I mean, but NYC or SF is a different animal of its own because everyone's just hyper focused on. I mean, it's definitely you can see that you can definitely see it as a tech city now. The more that people talk about it, or now that I traveled a bit more, I really get it now. There's not many cities in the world like SF that's that with this much tech going on and everyone's focused on tech. Okay, I'm gonna get Ishan here. Damn, I got cooked by that question. Yeah, San Diego is not a tech city. SF is definitely a tech city. Head got shrunk. Yo, Sean, what's up, man? How you doing? Nice to see you.
Good to see you.
Hold up, just I'll set you up on my screen. You ready to take on this interview?
Let's do it.
When's the last time you had an interview? Like an actual.
Like a year and a half ago before I joined Extend.
Wait, let me get you up on the screen. You don't take interviews at all just for fun?
I have done that before, but not intending to really leave because I like my company.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I feel like, yeah, you should just take them for fun just so you're not rusty too. And you'll know what they ask.
Yeah.
So I'm just getting you up on the screen. Shrink this. How's New York? The weather there got better as soon as I left.
Yeah, I know. It's good. It's nice. I've been running outside now. I used to run on the treadmill a lot in all of my last runs I did outside.
Nice. That's way
Yeah.
around Central Park?
No, I would just run a little bit around Flatiron, a little bit south of me. Central Park is nice, but it's a bit far. I don't want to take the subway somewhere to just go run. So
Oh, really? I thought you're near Central Park.
it's close-ish, but not. I usually only run 3 or 4 miles at a time. So either I run there,
I see.
and then I'm not going to spend much time running once I get there, or yeah, just whatever's easiest. Usually I'll run, get to like the grocery store, pick up groceries, and then go from there.
Nice. How long were you running indoors for? Like how
Okay,
many
so
months?
I started running a lot 2 months ago because I
Hmm.
have a disease, as you know, Crohn's disease, and I'm trying to bring down my systemic inflammation. And I've never been an athlete. So when I started, I could only run maybe 2 miles at a time. It was very
Hmm.
slow, and
Yeah.
I've just been running almost every single day since then, and it's gotten a lot better. In the past 2 months, I ran a half marathon. My pace is getting a lot better, so yeah, like 2 months only.
Holy. You've only been running for 2 months? Is my microphone
Wait,
working?
I think your mic
Wait,
is
okay,
muted.
wait, let me fix. One sec. Let me fix. One sec. Can you hear me now? Is it
Yeah,
working?
now I can.
Test, test. Oh, can you hear me now, Sean?
Yeah.
Okay, now something else is tweaking. Give me a sec. Um, let's do system default. Okay, I think it's working now. Is
Yeah,
it?
well, I can hear you if that's what you're
Oh, okay, perfect, perfect. All right, this. All right, I got you up on the screen.
I see. I see that.
Fix this. Okay, I'm gonna send you a quarter pad link.
Okay.
Has running been helping you out with feeling better and everything?
It's not so easy to just do it and then I feel better that day. It's
Hmm.
more of a long-term taking care of my health, really take it seriously. So I'm sure it helps in ways that I can't tell yet,
Yeah.
but it's not, you just gotta do it and have belief that it'll take care of you.
Hmm. Yeah. Same thing with like grinding Codeforces and stuff. You don't know if it's good for you right now, but maybe in the future.
Yeah.
Okay, wait, I'm just gonna send you a link.
Yeah, if you wanna put it
How's your
in the
Codeforces grind going?
not so much in progress. I did a little bit. I did a few questions in the past few days, but I'm juggling too many things. More been occupied with other stuff.
Yeah, because you're doing the LeetCode stuff, so
Yeah.
I think that's a big challenge. Sent you a link.
All right. I have it open. Joining as a candidate. Yeah.
Perfect. Get you on this side.
I see say hello. I see
Yeah.
starter.
Have you used CoderPad before?
Yeah. I interview people in CoderPad.
Nice. So you're familiar.
Uh-huh.
Alpha, I'm just gonna ask him like simple Fang level questions. I'm not gonna ask him like anything I can't solve. Where the challenge here is pretty much how many questions can Ishan solve that like we're not gonna ask random questions. And I think you set the bar. I think you solved like 7 questions. We'll see. Way back. Let's see. You did 10 questions. I forget. Let me quickly. I have to rename the stream for a sec. What top are you? Top 0.9%. Okay, okay, okay.
Top 0 point. Yeah.
Yeah, what?
0.9. Right.
Yeah,
No. No. 0.09.
0.09, yeah.
Thank
Damn,
you.
you're ranked 215. I wonder if the people ahead of you are bots.
Wait, no. I think that rank is based on problem solved.
Yeah, but it's still crazy. 200.
Oh yeah. I most of the people above me by that rank are humans. There's a few bots, but it's mostly
Have you
people.
met anybody who's has higher, done more questions?
No. I talked to one
Alpha, what
person
are you at?
more, but
Alpha's at 4K. Alpha, how many questions have you solved? Okay, let me get my list out on the side. I have my list of questions I like to ask people.
mhm.
We'll start off easy. Should we start
Yeah.
off hard right away or start off easy?
We can start easy and make it harder.
Perfect. Okay, let me find like a good number. Let me quickly look.
Mhm.
Don't watch the stream because I'm writing down the answers, or
Okay.
I'm writing down some questions I'm gonna be asking you.
I'm gonna close it.
We're gonna do. I'm just gonna quickly make a list so we can just rapid fire it and we don't waste any time.
Mhm.
I'll make like 10 questions.
Yeah, sounds good.
Chat, any ones that y'all want to see? Drop in the chat. Anything that you think you should try out. I'm gonna ask a lot of the classic ones that I've asked a lot in this interview or on my channel. Um, I like this one right here. Oh, what's that one that I asked the Codeforces Grandmaster and he folded? It's kind of stupid one.
What?
I asked it.
Codeforces Master?
Yeah, I gave him a question, and he was trying to do it. What's that question? No, I asked him raw oranges. It took him. He solved it pretty fast. But then there was a second one that I did that I like to ask this question a lot. It was a design question. Chat, was it this one right here? Alpha, do you remember? Was it this one? That's not the one. Wait, let me just find that one. I gotta ask you that one. Okay, found it. Found it. This one right here. Yeah. Yeah. That's the one. I'll ask you a couple questions that I asked him.
Mhm.
Let's see. What are some other folders? I like this one too. Some of these, yeah, a lot. Most of them are not going to be a lot of typing, but I think 6 questions is good. Let's see. Oh, I like this one too. Yeah, for sure. Okay, customers. Okay, I got like 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, 8 questions is good. Alex, what's up? with some classic questions here. I heard a lot of companies are asking LRU cache again, which is crazy. That's what they asked me when I was a new grad. Number of... All right. We're all set. I got all the links, so we're gonna go quick. Make sure all the links work. Let me just log in. One sec. Just making sure I'm logged into my LeetCode so I can see all the questions. Chat, how's the audio, by the way? The New York sirens. Y'all got more sirens than us over here.
Yeah, I know, it's crazy.
What are we naming this video again? I'll update the stream title. The top 0.09%. Let me see. Are there more crack dealers in NYC than SF? And SF for sure. I didn't see anything too crazy in SF or in New York. All right. Finally fully set up. Chat, how's the audio? Let's just make sure everything's good before we start this video up. Chat, throw a thumbs up if everything's good. Yeah, I don't want to pay any more than 2,000 in rent right now. Chat, it's good? Sean, can you say something?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Perfect. Perfect. All right. Let's start this thing up. Get some water. All right, Sean, get some water. Get hydrated. This is gonna
I
be
have my water.
intense. Oh damn! Straight out the got the Brit on deck. Let me refill mine. All right, let's see. Let me get your here. Okay, I'm gonna start up the video.
Mhm.
All right, 3, 2, 1. Hey everybody, so today we have Ishan joining in again, and Ishan is a top 0.09% on LeetCode. He's actually ranked number 215 based on questions solved. So yeah, like there's only 214 people who solve more questions than him. He's on his way to solve every question on LeetCode. Is that your goal this year,
That is my
Ishan?
goal this year. One of them is to solve them all. Yeah. I have
Even,
around 700 left, 700, 800 left.
but they just keep dropping new questions.
Yeah, they come out with new questions every week in the contests, which I already do. So I
Mm,
solve those. And then they come out with a few just random questions here and there, which I keep tabs on if they're dropping new questions. I got to do this too.
yeah. Do
Yeah.
they drop random new questions? Also, like how many new questions are they adding per week that you notice?
The random ones is not much. They only add a few, maybe like one a week. But the contest ones add a lot. But I do the contest, so
Yeah.
not really any extra work.
Okay, so pretty much like some weeks is 5 questions, some week it's gonna be 9 new questions.
Yeah, pretty much. And
Yeah.
I'm pacing with that in mind that they're adding new ones. So usually do around 20 to 30 a week on average.
You're doing 30 questions a week. How much time are you spending per question per day on LeetCode?
Just a few minutes on average. If it's a harder question, maybe longer, but usually not too long.
So how many questions are you trying to solve though in one day? Like 5, 6, 7,
My average, I'd say, is four.
4?
Four a day. Yeah, that's what I
You
go
could
for.
solve them in like 5, 10 minutes?
Yeah.
Dang. What if you just spent the hour every day?
Yeah, I could, but juggling a lot of things. There's
Yeah,
there's only so much only so many LeetCode problems you want to solve in
true.
one day.
Okay, so basically in this video, we're gonna try to see how Ishan could perform on a Fang style interview. So I'm gonna ask him questions that I've seen people like I've done a lot of interviews in the past and been on the other side as well. And I made a list of all the questions that I've been asked. So these are 8 questions that are realistic questions that you'll get in a coding interview. In most interviews, you're only gonna have to do one or two of these. Sometimes, depending on the company, you'll get one question. You have almost an hour to solve it with some parts. Some of the more intense companies will ask you two of these questions in the span of an hour or 45 minutes. But today we lined up 8 questions, and let's see how long it takes Sean to solve all these. Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. Let's do it.
All right, so I'm gonna ask you one of the most classic folders. This has been folding a lot of people on my channel. I want you to add 2 numbers with decimals. You're gonna be given 2 strings that represent some decimals,
Hmm.
and then I just want you to write me a function that can add these 2 things up. And
Okay.
don't cheat and put int cast it into an integer. Just you could just you could only apply it. You can apply integer casting only digit by digit. So 1, 2, 3 point 1, and then that's we can get like 2.3, and that should equal like 125.4.
Okay. So Two numbers with decimals. Is there a case where one of the numbers could not have a decimal, or they both definitely have decimals?
It could not have it also.
Okay. And we're not going to have something like 10 point, which means 10.0. Is that true?
Yeah, that's true.
Okay. Let's split this into two parts. So we want to add the part before the decimal and the part before that, or after the decimal. I'm going to make a function called add. Does this seem like a reasonable interface, which takes in two, these are strings, right?
Yep.
So let's split these apart. I'm going to call this P1. That's going to be parts, or let's call parts 1 equals num1 dots. I kind of forget the syntax on this. So I'm just going to print and take a look at things. And let's make a sample call. Okay, so that's grabbing the parts. And parts 2. I'm going to just call. So you say we can't cast these. Like I can't take this 1, 2, 3, which is a string. I can't just make it an integer.
Yeah.
Can I just define a function that takes a string and turns it into an integer without a cast? Like build my own.
What would that mean?
Just looping through the letter values and doing some basic math to produce an integer.
Yeah, you can do basic math. Like you can't. That's interesting.
So I'm just gonna have this function that takes a string, like 1, 2, 3, and it's gonna output 1, 2, 3. Does that seem reasonable?
That sounds reasonable.
Okay, yeah. So I'm gonna make this result value. We're going to say for number in string. So that's gonna be like 1, then 2, then 3. I think this works, but I would need. You still need to cast this string, this single digit, which you could avoid with making a mapping, but I'm assuming, in the spirit of the question, I'm assuming this cast is okay. So let's give an example.
So for every number in the string, you're just turning it into.
Yeah, well, I'm just going to use that for the prefixes. So I'm going to say prefix is 2num parts 1 of 0 plus parts 2 of 0. And let's look at what that prefix is. What did I click? Oops, sorry, this is wrong. Okay, so our prefix here should be 125. That's fine. And then I'm going to assemble the suffix separately, and then we're just going to conjoin them. Let's do, we need to add these suffixes. I'm going to call S1 be the suffix 1.
So chat's saying one thing.
Yeah.
They're saying, how do you handle massive int with this approach?
How do you handle massive ints?
Yeah, like big integers. That's.
But it is the output based on this diagram. To me, the output looks like it is an integer because there's no strings here. Well, okay, so we have to return an int of that size. So you're going to use that much. The output's already that size.
Yeah. So. Okay, I messed up then. We want to return a string.
Okay, that definitely changes things.
Okay.
We're just going to loop through it and use string addition then, because we won't ever use this int thing. Okay, let's construct two separate parts then. We're going to add these prefixes by looping basically backwards and carrying a value, and then the suffixes will loop through forwards and carry. I believe that should work. So let's say
that's an interesting solution. Very smart. Never seen anyone try that one out.
Okay, so we want to add these two prefixes, which I'll call P1 and P2. This is just going to be our prefix. Let's loop through them backwards. min length. So I'm imagining here we have like strings 1, 2, 3, and then 2, right? But I kind of want it to be spaced like this. Last digit 1 is going to be P1 inverse I. Let's just take a look at these. This is a nice little trick, this inverse thing. So you can see we are getting the 3 and the 2. And then I'm assuming we're allowed to just say added value is like the int of those two added together, because you're just casting a single digit.
Yeah, we can cast single digit. That's allowed.
And we're also going to need a carry here. So carry is 0. With carry, and then new carry equals 34 divided by 10. So for instance, if this is 18, this new carry is going to be 1. New digit is with carry mod 10. Append. Okay, let's take a look at our result array. We have 5 because the min length is, yeah, let's actually just iterate on the max length, and then I'll just use a 0 as a placeholder. If max 1 less than equal to something like this should work. Okay, so in this result array, I have 5, 2, 1, which when reversed, we'll call it final prefix, is this dot join the inverse. Let's take a look at what that final prefix is. Keep clicking switch language back. What did I do wrong here? There we go. All right, we have this 125 as a string prefix, and that's without doing any big math. So now we need to add the suffixes, which do we have to do that backwards as well? Right, if we have 123 point, say 123.12, 2.3, it's basically a 2.30, and then we add backwards. That seems good. So I'm gonna look at these two suffixes. I'm gonna pad the smaller one with zeros, and then I'm gonna loop backwards and add it. And two things, one thing to keep in mind is this could probably be made a reusable function, which just adds 2 strings, and we could reuse that logic. And the second thing is if we have a little carry at the end, that's gonna need to update this, the final value by 1, which we might need to do some propagation there. So let's first make a function that adds, I just want to make sure, can we reuse this adding function? Like this is going to interpret it as 301 plus 12. So, and we want that to be 0.421. So I don't think that's right. Let's just write a single loop. This one, these are the suffixes, and then we're going to loop left to right. Digit 1 is going to be that suffix of I. This looks promising. Let's just print out those digits.
One, 2, 5.
And 3. Yeah, well, that's what I'm calling the function with. Let me call this with a bit more of a sophisticated test case. Let's use this. 123.12 and 2.301. So I want to read 120 and 301. That looks good. Let's just do int of all of this. Equals digit 1 plus digit 2 plus carry. Store the suffix answers in here. Okay. Take a look at this suffix. That is forming 4.21. That looks good. Call final suffix. Final prefix plus dot plus final suffix. So I'm expecting 125, but we need to handle the edge case where we carry a single value. This looks right.
Yep, that looks correct.
And how am I handling this carry by looping left to right? I don't know. I feel like I did this carry logic backwards, right? Because we're not carrying forwards, we're carrying backwards. What was my issue with this test case? I want this to result in 0.421. So if I loop backwards, well, yeah, no, that's fine. We have to loop backwards. So I'm confusing myself a little bit. Can we just invert these?
You got the right answer though, right? 1, 2, 5.
Yeah, but that's just because there's no carrying in that test case. It's actually not going to work. This looks better. And then if there is a final carry, the carry should be 1 here at the end. Oh wait, no, carry's not going to be 1 in this test case. But if we do, say, 123.92, we need to carry that into the prefix portion.
Yeah.
What? Not carry. Oh, I see. I'm just taking the last digit regardless. Let's just make it. I'm padding the end with zeros to make it easier. Where am I adding? Well, it's fine. Just, unsupported diff is max length minus S1. All right, so now I'm adding these suffixes and I can loop backwards over that. And do we get carry 1 now? We do. So the actual addition for these, I'm going to paste it into a calculator just to make sure I don't make any mistakes, is this. This is the actual answer.
Yeah.
My answer is 125.22, and that's because I have that one carry. So I kind of want to put this prefix part code after, so I can just like use that carry.
Mhm.
So grab that prefix code. Boop, boop, boop. Prefix code. And let's call this suffix code. Paste that in our carry is just gonna not reset. What do I get? Okay, I got 126 point. Oh wait, what am I
122.
doing wrong? Yeah. Did I not reverse this? Join subarray of -1. Okay, that looks compelling to me. I could write a few test cases, or we could just, I don't know if you want to go next or.
Okay, just walk me through it quickly. So,
Yeah.
like the solution.
So we're going to add these suffixes and prefixes separately. I add the suffixes first because
Yeah.
if they add to something that's more than 1, I need that 1 to cross the decimal border and go to the prefix. So I've gotten these suffixes as strings. I padded them with zeros at the end just to make it easier to work with.
Mhm.
And then I looped through them backwards. This little inversion operation is grabbing it from the end of the string. Add those 2 digits, add them with the carry. We have the new value that we need to append, and we have a new carry that comes out.
Mhm.
Put all of that in an array, and then we just reverse the array because we're adding backwards.
Yeah.
Do the same thing with the prefix and append those 2 strings together.
Okay. Did you pad the prefix too or no?
Yeah, I did not pad the prefix. I just grabbed the last
I see.
digit, and that is because prefixes are add differently than suffixes. If we are adding 1 and 15,
Mhm.
it's enough to just add these last 2 digits together, right? Because you can just add 1 plus 5, and you know the 1's digit is going to be 6. But in a suffix, you cannot. This does not like end in a 6, right? This is 0.25. And so if you just add this 1 and 5 at the end, it's going to mess up. So you have to pad it there because suffixes indicate some level of precision. So
Mhm.
you can't. That's why I added padding for the suffix only.
Makes sense. All right.
Yeah.
We'll do another one real quick,
Yeah.
and then we're gonna get into some of the even harder ones. But
Sure.
we're given a string s, return true if s can be a palindrome after deleting at most 1 character from it.
Right. Okay. Does this look like a reasonable interface to you? I'm just going to take in a string. It's going to return a Boolean.
Yeah.
Sure. Okay. So yeah, you could just, it's a palindrome. So you want to start at the 2 ends and compare to the letters. If they're the same, that's great. You move on. If they're different, that's a penalty. You need to delete 1. You're not replacing 1. So a little bit of a trick here.
Delete at most 1.
Yeah, delete at most 1 is we can just use DP, which looks a little bit misleading and wrong and inefficient because we have 2 state variables here. This looks like it's n squared, but it is actually going to be O of n because at most you can delete 1 value. And so the number of states is compressed. And this is a sparse cache. It's not a matrix cache. So it's only going to take up as much space as it's needed. So this is going to be a palindrome, assuming our 2 pointers in the string, let's say like race car, right? If we're just over here, if both of our pointers are pointing at the C for some reason, that's a palindrome. So we're going to return true there. If string of L is the same as string as R, that's great. We're just going to move on. And then if not, let's just have used. So used is going to indicate how many deletions we've made. If they mismatch when we've already made a deletion, it's not going to work. Otherwise, we can try one of the deletion option.
Okay, you delete the left side or the right side.
Yep. This should work. Let's say, so this is a basic test case, palindrome with no deletions.
I have some test cases.
What's up?
I'll throw in my test case real quick. Never seen this solution for this one, but
Yeah, well, this is just what I would do if I were trying to code it as quickly as possible. Because it's using linear memory, and we don't need linear memory. Let's just make a little divider line. Run that. Used is pal. I'm not calling this with something. There we go. ABA is true, ABCA is true, and then ABC is false, which matches the expected values. And again, you could not use recursion. You could just do it with 2 pointers and check the 2 different cases that occur. But this, if you're trying to go fast, this is actually linear time, even though it looks squared.
okay. Wait, could you explain it real quick? Let me just make sure that it's working.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So our initial state is we're going to have a pointer at each edge of the string. If they match, there's no reason to want to delete one.
Yeah.
You can make an exchange argument for that. So we're just going to increment the pointers in. If the pointers ever cross, it means we've exhausted the string. It's a palindrome. It checks out. So that's the base case. If these edges don't match and we've already used one deletion, we cannot make a second deletion. And so we fail.
That makes sense.
Otherwise, we try deleting either end and we indicate we've used one deletion now.
I see.
So like this L+1 case is as if we deleted the left.
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Like, why do we have this cache then?
Yeah, actually, maybe this cache is technically not even needed. Is that true? I'm not convinced that's true. You're going to recompute work. Yeah, you need the cache because... Do you need the cache? Maybe you don't need the cache. There's only 2 branches. You might be right. We might not even need this. I have to test it on a big test case to see if it fixes the time. Because you can only encounter a state. When you're, yeah.
Okay. It's only gonna not equal once.
Right.
It'll go into here and then it'll always be false after that. But I think it's a working solution. Let's go into the next one. This one's wordy. Okay, this one's like a classic question. It might take a second to just make sure. But I'll give you the first test case. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna be given a list of accounts where each element in accounts is a list of strings. So the first element, let me format this a bit better. But the first element in each of the accounts is the name of the person. And then it's going to show a bunch of emails.
Right. Okay.
Right? So we just need to figure out which person is the same or which of these people are the same. And we know though that they're the same if they have like similar accounts, if they have the same exact account. And we just need to kind of merge those. So for example, this John right here, let's call this 1, 2, 3. John 1 is actually the same as John 2, because they have johnsmith@mail.com.
You need to have some non-zero intersection.
Yeah, exactly. So basically what we need to do is we need to just figure out, we need to return a list of John
You want a
and
maximally compressed list? Is that what you're looking for?
yeah, so look at this output. We say John has these 3 emails
Right.
because these 2 Johns at the start are the same John.
Mm-hmm.
But this John is a different John because he just has Johnny Bravo. So
Yeah.
essentially that's what, yeah, I'll take you a second to read this, but that's like the gist of the question.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense. First thought is easiest implementation is probably going to be some sort of union find. So basically, we're going to create a bunch of nodes, which are all of these emails. And then for a given user, we're just going to union all of those emails together. And then you're going to need the output values. That's one option. Another option is we could just do a depth first search. Don't really know if I want to make a union find right now. Or I'm trying to think if there's a simpler way where we just check, is this email in some set? But I do think we might need to do some sort of union finding like that. Let's do that. So I'm going to create a function, def, let's call it what? Merge accounts. So accounts is going to be a list of all of these emails. Okay, let's get just all of those accounts or all of those emails written out. I'm going to make it a set at first for account in accounts, for email in account 1 onwards. Okay, and let's take a look at what these are. I'm going to grab this input test case and put it in code. Bravo, Mail, New York, for Mail, and Mary. Okay, we have all of these accounts. Let's make a union find class. Could just take in something like this. So we need parents. So this is going to map a node ID to its parent ID. Initially, everything is its own parent, so 0 is going to map to 0. And then we will say length of all emails. So I'm not even going to pass the emails themselves to this union find structure. I'm just going to use indices. Is that all right? That's probably fine. And then union is, how do we do it? It's like self.parents of self.find of A. Wait. Yeah. So this is like merging B under A. If self.parents of node, otherwise return self.find self.parents of node, something like this. This is technically So this is just a structure that connects two emails. Technically, this is not unioned by size or rank, so it could degrade, but in practice, it's probably going to be all right. For accounts. Oh, wait, no, let's just do, yeah. I want a mapping of the email to the ID and back. Something like this. I don't want to work with emails. I want to work with the IDs. Mary 0, sure. Awesome. Grab that specific email. Let's actually do it like this. Get 2 consecutive emails. And then get their indices. And then merge them. Let's just make sure that code works and doesn't error. That looks good. And now we want all of the groups. So for every email, we're going to find its parent. Let's just do, yeah. And then the groups are by parent. Still need to figure out this initial name situation. Self.parents of node. What am I calling find on? I need to call find on the ID. Okay, this is a little messy to read. Let's see. So we do have a group of John 00, New York, and Smith. That looks right. And then we have a group of Mary by herself and another Johnny by himself. So that looks good. We just need to get the original name of that person, which we could do. In the, let's just do make an email to name map. Right, because if a name is duplicated twice, an email is duplicated twice, it must have the same name.
Yeah, we're gonna assume that it's gonna have the same name. Like it's not gonna be like some random name, but should still.
So yeah, John Smith, John, that looks good. And then let's say result is this for rep bucket in groups.items. For name or for email in our bucket. All of those emails, name. I'm just gonna look up that name. And then let's say entry. Let's do this. I think this works. And then for every email, we're also going to append that. Let's take a look. Something is wrong with bucket of 0. Bucket of 0 of email is wrong, right? The bucket is all of the emails. So what's wrong there? Oh, wait, the email itself is name is email. Don't know why I had that there. Okay, let me clean up my other prints because this is impossible to read. Just want to see the result. So this says John with 3 emails, Mary with 1 email, and then the last separate John with Johnny Bravo, which it looks like that matches the sample output.
Nice. Cool.
I feel sufficiently compelled by this.
Yeah, I mean, it looks good to me. I think that the approach is good. Let's move on to the next question. Let's do... Yeah, I folded a Codeforces Grandmaster with this one, but so like don't overthink it.
Sure.
So we're gonna be implementing a randomized set, three functions of 3 methods: inserting, removing, and getting a random value out of it. I'll let you go ahead and read it. So
right. So we want to insert an item into it if not present. Okay, so that just sounds like a normal set capability. You want to remove it and then get a random element. And when we get a random element, that is not removing it from the set. Is that correct?
no, it's not removing it.
Okay.
So it's just a regular set where you insert and remove, but we also want the extra functionality of just getting a random element from the set.
Right. Let me think for one moment. So
yeah, take your time.
I want to remove it quickly. A Grandmaster couldn't solve this. That's quite surprising. It feels like a fairly simple question.
What were you thinking?
I'm thinking it's just the way sets are normally implemented, which sets are backed by arrays. So, and then random, you just pick a random index in that array.
We want everything to be O of 1 complexity.
Yeah, that should support everything in O of 1. To insert, you add it to the array. To remove it, you just extract it from the array in O of 1, which you can do in a few ways. And then to get a random one, you just pick a random index. Am I missing something? That feels
like how would you remove it in O of 1 time?
Like you'll know where the element is in the array, and you could, for instance, just put it on the back of the array and then pop it, because the array supports popping from the back. But now I feel like I'm overthinking it.
No, I think don't over like they were overthinking it, kind of like they had like some pseudo O of 1 approach. I was pushing to O of 1 approach. I think what you said there makes sense. Like, what are the data structures you're gonna use? An array only?
Yeah, an array is the only like fundamental data structure. I mean, a hash map we'll need for the mapping, but yeah, I'm gonna just make 3 separate methods, if that's all right. Or do we need to make it a class? Does it matter?
Let's make it a class. Let's call it randomized set.
Wait, underscore init. Right. The array def insert value. Get random value. Okay, so I'm gonna append values. But we don't want to ever, can we call insert on a duplicate value? And that's, yeah, it's just going to return true or false. So I'll also just say, I'll also just keep a set to like track that to make it easier. So if value in, if it's already in the val set, we should return false. This needs self. These all need self. Otherwise, we're going to add that value. We're going to append the value. And then we need to have a map. So it's going to map value to index in array. Mu I equals length of the vals minus 1. That looks good. Get random should be, let's say, random I equals, what is it, like from, I'm just going to, it's a rand int. I'm going to Google the syntax for this really quick.
Go ahead.
Inclusive equals rand int from 0 to length of self.vals. Is that inclusive? It's rand int. Yeah, it is. Okay. And that looks good. Also need to return true here. Remove. If value not in the val set. If it already wasn't present, that's bad. We fail. Otherwise, remove the value. Value, delete that. And then we need to swap the array. So let's do the old I. I think this works. And we have to update the map for the new element we swapped in. This seems right. Is there tests we can use, or should I just?
All right, just walk me through your code. I know the approach works. So I just want to make sure.
Okay, so I'm storing 3 things. I'm storing the values in an array, which is just a normal way of backing sets by arrays. I'm also just storing a set. There might be a better way to do this, or it's like not needed because we already have this hash map, but
okay, it's fine.
Whatever. I have the set already. That's just to check if it's present or not. And then this mapping is going to tell us where is that element in our array. When we insert it, one, if it's already present, that's just we fail. Otherwise, we're going to add it to the set. I'm going to append it to our list, and I'm going to update that mapping.
Makes sense.
And return it. To get a random element, which this should not take in value, we just pick a random index in the array and return that element.
Okay, what do
remove it? Yeah, if it's not in the set, it fails. Otherwise, we are going to find where it is in the array, which is this index. We're going to swap that with the last element of our index, of our array. because we can pop it from the end.
Yep.
And then we're going to pop it, and then we're going to update the map. And then I still need to return true here. Yeah.
Nice. Cool. That makes sense. I think that's a good approach. Let's move on to the next one. Let's see. Probably gonna ask you like 2 more.
Sure.
Let's see. Just to keep it under an hour.
Okay. We have daily temperatures. We need to know how many days we have to wait to get a warmer temperature.
Yep.
Okay. And warmer means strictly warmer. So,
Exactly.
okay. So for each element, we just want to know what is the first element on the right that's bigger,
Yeah.
which you can do in multiple ways. You could use binary search in a sparse table, which is slow. You could just use a stack. We'll probably use a stack. So I'm going to just go do that. This is going to need to be monotonic in some direction. Let me think about it. If the stack is decreasing, and then we get a big temperature for the first time, it's going to pop a bunch of elements and say, I'm bigger than you. So I think the stack needs to be, is it mono decreasing, right? Because if we get 2 elements like 74, 74, this second 74 is not warmer than the first one. So, and let's say holds indices. While stack and this temp is greater than the previous temperature, this is our result array, then we're going to say, what was that index? Next big of popped I equals I. Stack.append I, return next big. Let's take a look at some of these test cases. First test case, that's not right. We're seeing how many days we have to wait. So that is going to be something like this, right? That matches 114, 21100. That looks good. I'll just try the second test case also. And then by default, anything that never got popped from the stack, it's going to be 0. That's what I initialized the result to. Okay, this looks good.
Did you do? Let's run it on some test cases.
Yeah, I just ran it on 2 of your sample test cases, and I matched
Sorry,
both.
I was replying to a chat. Okay, so what's happening here? You have a mono decreasing.
Yeah.
You're going from left to right.
Yep. And the moment our temperature is bigger than a previous temperature, it's going to be like the first time it happens because it's a decreasing stack. We're going to pop it, see how many days we have to wait, and go from there. And anything that's left in the stack at the end, it never found a bigger temperature, but that's fine because our result is just initialized to 0.
We want to return an array of this, but it doesn't matter. Let's see.
I am returning an array.
Let's see. Next big. Oh, I
My
see.
exactly matched the sample test cases.
Okay, let's run it on this. Yeah, this makes sense.
Yep.
All right. Let's move on to the next one. Final boss. I asked this to the CF Grandmaster too.
Mm-hmm.
He slammed this one pretty good. Or does someone ask? Oh yeah. Ignore the constraints. Okay, we have n dice, and each dice has k faces numbered 1 to k. Given 3 integers n, k, and the target, return the number of possible ways to roll the dice.
Sure. Do we have constraints on how big n or k are?
Yeah. Let me drop it in here. The constraints are small.
Okay, these are small constraints, so we can just use DP and basically simulate it of sorts. The great thing about DP is you can really quickly validate how fast or slow a function is, because it's very easy to, it's just the number of states times the amount of work each state takes. Okay, let's think. So we have n dice. So I'm going to say, what dice am I on? That's the index. And I'm going to say cur sum. Okay, so if cur sum is ever greater than the target, let's make our actual, call it dice, nk target. Is it true if we ever exceed the sum, that's like, yeah, that's bad. We want to equal exactly target. So if our sum ever exceeds the target, that's bad. If we run out of dice rolls, we're going to return is the cur sum exactly target. So this is going to be 1 if it is, otherwise it's not. Now let's look at all of the possible rolls. Something like this. We also need a mod. And we want to do that mod math over in here because otherwise our values stored are going to be blown up. Yeah, that looks good. This should work. So the time complexity is going to be n. So there's n by target states. And then the time complexity is going to be, because inside each state we do this loop. Could you speed this up? Yeah, we could use a sliding window with the DP to remove this for loop. We could maybe use, I don't know if matrix exponentiation works here, or like some sort of Fourier transform or linear algebra. I imagine there's faster ways, but with these constraints, this should pass. So let's run some tests. 30, 30, and 500. And we expect that to be this. Okay, that matches exactly. I'm satisfied with this.
All right. Actually, let's ask one more. Let me ask you one more question because I like this other question. And then that will be officially 7 questions in the span of an hour. Because I think we started a little extra.
Shit, how I made this.
Okay.
Okay.
This one's a funner question, more realistic.
Mm-hmm.
So we're given an array of routes representing bus routes, where routes I is a bus route, and each bus kind of loops for forever. So
Right.
these are different routes, and so for this one, it goes from station 1 to 2 to 7, and it just and then from 7 back to 1, and then it repeats there, right? We need to return the least number of buses you can take to travel from the source to target. Return -1 if it's not possible.
Mm-hmm.
So like, what's the minimum number of buses you can take in order to get from the source to the target? So if we want to get from 1 to 6, we can start at 1, and then we can get to, it'll take us to 7. Then from 7 we can like swap onto the second bus, and the second bus will take us to 6.
Right. Yeah, I understand the issue. One solution that is kind of trivial is we basically have this graph, but we kind of want to compress it because technically thinking here, maybe that's not a great idea. So it's going to be some sort of breadth first search. We're finding a minimum distance. We could have our minimum distance to reach a node. We can either go to a node in our current route, or we can take a cost 1 to go between routes that share a station, right? So we can get off at 7 here. Just thinking about what is the cleanest way to implement this. So I want a mapping of a location to all of its routes. And then each route can connect to each other. I want that in a separate mapping. We need to reach one of the target routes. That seems good. Let's call this buses. So I want a map of, okay, so I'm gonna call a location the individual place, and then a route is the set of locations. Map of location to route. Okay, so let's call this the route. Location in route of route. Something like this. For every location, yeah, so 12 is present here in 2 routes. Okay, that mapping looks good. Now I want to an edge map of routes. For every location, we're going to enumerate all of the different, okay, we'll just make this a set. So this location is present in multiple routes. All of those routes need to union together. Wait, so I want the routes themselves. Add. Let's look at this adjacency map of routes. The 0th route can connect to the 4th route. That looks good via 12. 4th route also connects to the 0th. 1st route connects to the 3rd route, and 3rd route connects to the 1st. Okay, that looks good. Let's also take in these start and end locations now. What is the source and target? Yeah. I'm just going to assume the source and target are present somewhere in the routes. I guess we don't have to assume that, but what is, okay, so we're going to do a breadth first search now, starting at all of the routes we could start at. So this is like a set of routes we have seen. For route and look to routes of the start. So we're going to start all of these possible routes. I just want to take a look. Where are we starting? We're starting at 15. We should only show up in 1 and 3 as the starting routes. Yep, that looks good. Just doing a standard BFS now. For this route.
So what do we do here? This part, the map. Or you
Yeah,
said you're compressing, or?
a location is just like an individual place, like one of these numbers, 7 or 12. A route is the group.
Yeah.
I'm building the inverse mapping. So I want to know from a location, which routes is that location a part of?
Okay.
And that's important because these routes kind of like can intersect at places at specific locations. And I want to know, for instance, I can take this 7 on the first route and I can jump, or not the 7, I can take the 12 and I can jump to a different bus that has 12. But I'm going to pay one cost. I'm going to have to travel one bus.
Yeah.
So I want to work in routes.
Yeah.
So
makes sense.
once I've made that map, I've basically built this edge map of routes, not locations. And now I'm doing a breadth first search to get from the starting route to the ending route. So let's look at, we also need these end routes for routes of end. So add route, if add route not. Something like this, but the minimum buses we're going to take includes the bus we start on. So maybe we need to return steps plus 1. Something like this seems reasonable. What result do we get for this first test? Are we expecting -1 on this?
Yeah.
We do get -1. Let's check this other one with 1 and 6.
So we're using a queue. Okay.
Yep. Grab this new test case. The queue is just for a breadth first search among the routes. And we should get 2 here. We get 1. That's not right. I thought I returned. Oh, I forgot to increment steps for every layer of the breadth first search. Okay, that looks good.
We throw this into LeetCode. The one thing I'll verify with LeetCode.
Yeah.
This is actually a hard question on LeetCode. What did you label? Start and end?
Yeah, I think it's called source and target. So you might need to just replace that.
See, wrong answer on one of them. Let's see. Oh, it's kind of super edge case.
Oh, it's probably if it's like the start is the same. No, that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, this one expected 0. Wait, if we, this one is 5 and 5.
Oh, I see the edge case. If you want to start at the same place that you want to end at, you don't need to take any bus. So you would return 0.
Okay.
So let's just add a if source, or what is it? If start equals end, just at the top, return 0.
That's funny case. If start. Let's go. See. Perfect. All right. How was that experience? What do you think?
Yeah, it's definitely nerve-wracking to implement so many things. I felt like I did so much worse than I normally do, but it's good. I think it's a good set of questions. It's not like a lot of those questions were basic logic more so. I
Yeah.
really like the first one, adding numbers.
Yeah.
I don't like questions that test specific algorithms because that's not a good test
Yeah.
of competency. Yeah, it's fun. It's good practice under
Yeah.
pressure.
I feel like you just like as the questions got harder, you got faster because the first
Mhm.
question was the easier question.
Yeah.
I think with that one, if you just reverse the decimals at the start and then padded, it would have been
Mhm.
faster. But
Yeah. I
that
was
was an
panicking.
interesting way of to just like go from the back and handle it.
Yeah.
Let's see. Val Palindrome 2, yeah, you killed that. Accounts merge, yeah, that one's a bit annoying because it's just a union find. Usually you could just like toss in a template if this is a contest and just solve that in seconds, but then you have to implement that from scratch. Daily temperatures, that one was also interesting. Use like
Yeah.
a monotonic stack. Another way to do that is like go from the back and just store like a max value.
No, that doesn't work.
Or oh yeah, you'll need to use a stack as well. Oh yeah, I guess you have to use a monotonic stack too, even if you go from
Yeah.
the back or the
I
front.
I believe the only other reasonable time solution is to use binary search and something called a sparse table to query what is the maximum in some range, and you keep searching different ranges to find the first max. But that's going to be a log n factor
Yeah.
slower.
Insert, delete, get random. That yeah. For that one, the Codeforces Grandmaster, what he was doing was like he was doing the get delete or something. I'll send you the video later. He was doing like the delete, but then he didn't realize the trick of just putting it to the back and then popping it out. So he was
Right.
doing some like just delete it and then over time it like amortizes ov1 because he'll compress it every now and then or something like that. Some solution like that. But yeah, and then I kind of had to prompt him a little bit to just move it to the back and then yeah, he
Hmm.
easily realized that it was a set. But yeah, you figured that one out really quick. Number of dice rolls with target sum, this classic DP question. You saw that pretty good. I didn't want to ask you Pacific Waterway because it's too much coding and it's kind of easy. You already solved a similar question, but you know, which ones do you think were the hardest? And
I thought the first one was the hardest.
that's crazy, yeah.
I felt like everything else was pretty easy.
Because every that one is people can't solve it usually.
I think that's a question that's hard to do under pressure because it's a little bit ad hoc. It's not just an algorithm. I'm not just writing 10 lines of DP code.
Yeah,
There's a lot of implementation, and I feel like it's easy to make implementation mistakes in an interview. So many indexing and other things that make it annoying.
I see. Yeah, because this that one's a classic LeetCode question. It's like add two numbers.
Yeah.
You can have like strings or you can have linked lists, but this one's like there's a decimal and you caught all the things right, which is like the
Yeah.
decimals, you need to
We
pad
tried.
it and then yeah. All right. Thanks for hopping on.
Oh
What are
yeah.
you gonna get up to? Back to grinding some more? Or you're done for the
Yeah, I
day?
have to finish solving my problems for the day. I solved one or two earlier, so I'm gonna try to solve two more.
Hmm.
Trying to keep it up at 4 a day and then go from there, cook some food.
All right, man. Good
Yeah.
luck. I'll
Thanks. Have
catch
a
you
good
up.
one.
Catch you next
Yeah.
time. See ya.
Yeah.
Peace. Should duplicate myself. Yo, chat, that's trippy. All right. Let's get chat. How was that? We learned some new syntax. I'll drop that video tomorrow and then we'll see everyone's thoughts. What everyone thinks so far. Y'all enjoy that one? Yeah, he heated up. It took it. He once he started heating up. Bring CJ. He doesn't do LeetCode though. Konji doesn't do LeetCode though. Yeah, he was fast. He just obviously yeah, that first question gets a lot of people, but once he started cooking, he started cooking. You had to get the nerves out. Let's see. That was crazy though. 7 questions in the span of an hour. Okay, we're gonna grab some more. Oh yeah. We're gonna do. Ashan was gonna do coding interview blindfolded. Ashan, when are we gonna do that? We're gonna do coding interview blindfolded. Folded. I'm gonna ask you a question. You're gonna read it. You're gonna put on the blindfold and try out the question. I remember we were talking about that. That would be so funny. I won't ask you one that takes a lot of code. And there's like autocomplete and stuff. That would be sick. Yeah, that'd be hilarious. All right, we're gonna get back. We're gonna start code. We're gonna do more Codeforces studying. Get it. But I'm gonna take a quick break because I've been live for a whole. Okay, I'll take a look at John's website. Peralta.ai. It's not johnperalta.com anymore. It's Peralta AI. He dropped like $250, $300 for this. What do you mean meta looking? Oh, what did they say? Okay, we're gonna do some Codeforces. I'm gonna do the last contest. Gonna do like another hour of studying and then I gotta plan my trip to Italy. $260 price target? In a way. This pick is so funny, huh? JN, you need advice? We can hop on a call too. I remember you were saying you needed advice on some stuff. Okay, John, what did you want to show on your website? Yeah, meta interview blindfolded was fun. What happened to the right bar? Okay, I sent you a hop on the meets quick, and then we could talk for a few minutes because I have to take a break. My eyes are literally burning. And then JN, let me know if you need to discuss career stuff. Somebody says that they need a resume review. I can handle that too. Yo, John, what's up? Yo, bro. Oh, so you're asking what's the difference between SWE infra and SWE product? Yeah. I would say product the main difference between product and infra is like product you're working on a specific product versus infrastructure you're kind of building the things that product teams use in order to move faster. So, for example, like you can work on a front end infra team or a back end infra team. Back end infra would be things like the database. You could for some of the bigger companies, you could for startups, the infra team literally just manages the whole infra, like AWS. So they build the infrastructure. So it's like the AWS instance or whatever AWS setup they have, the database in AWS, everything related to the infrastructure, right? And then the product teams build products on that infrastructure. So if they need like simple things like a database, we need to host the server. Um, yeah, those are kind of the simple ones. The product team, all they need to focus on is building out the product experience, the UI, the UX, solving the problems for the customer. And then the infrastructure team needs to build tools for them to use in order to for them to move faster. So that's kind of the main difference. And then like you can work on a front end infrastructure team. So what would a front end infrastructure team at Meta do? Like one of them would be like the React team. They're building the infrastructure that all of the product teams use React to solve their build features for their specific products. But the infrastructure that they're building on is React, and React is like that front end library. So I've also seen front end infrastructure teams, but most of them are back end infrastructure teams. So you'll be working on things like the database or some of the specific database. You'll work on notifications. You'll work on like logging. You'll work on hosting servers. I mean, those are kind of the stuff. Not really. It's not really like DevOps. And John, I can't hear you by the way if you're talking. You're on mute. And it's not really like DevOps because DevOps is more just keeping the system alive. You're just looking at the system, checking the health of the system. But in the infrastructure teams, you're building out the infrastructure. You're building out the distributed database and implementing new features and fixing bugs on the actual infrastructure. Does that make sense? Versus just like keeping the system alive. Yo, John, what's up?
Yo, you're snapping there. You're giving knowledge. Dang. Dude,
Wait,
how's your trip?
someone's asking, how do you prepare for SWE infra? I mean, it's different. It's different tech stack altogether. If you're interviewing for a SWE infra role, you're gonna be asked infra related system design question like design a distributed cache, design a distributed web crawler. You need to know, you need to study infra level system design questions. But if you're just interviewing for product, it'll be like design DoorDash, design Reddit, and you focus more on like the product level stuff. On the infra, you have to worry about more about like concurrency, fault tolerance, replication, more of the lower level data stuff. But how's the trip? Yo, New York is crazy, man. Have you been?
Nah,
I think you'll like it because you just go in and there's so much shit happening.
dang.
It's fucking wild. So much
Yeah,
money being thrown,
really?
but in a
Dang.
different way. I think people are more rich in SF on average. There's more money being thrown. There's a lot more just yeah.
Regular folks?
I think more regular folks because the industries are more like there's like
Diverse?
fashion. Yeah, like they'll make good money, but it's not like most of the people in SF are just making a shit ton of money.
Dang. You swear on the stream now, eh?
Sometimes. Here, what's up with your website?
Oh yeah, I could share my screen. You share. Um, you seeing it?
Yeah.
Okay. But yeah, so yesterday I soft launched my website Peralta AI. So Peralta AI is a platform that publishes equity research reports generated by AI. There's I have data sets like financial data, there's automation and large language models that are used to generate equity research reports at hopefully at some point the same quality as like what you would find from a professional equity research analyst. Um, so over the last week, I pretty much was focused um, on migrating over from my like Veet app to my Next.js app, and then also just like trying to get the app router to work and all of that stuff. So now every single ticker has a page. You could see like the performance is way quicker too.
Oh, nice. So
Uh,
you moved
it's-
from Next.js, from Vite to Next.js, converted to a
yeah,
server-side rendered app.
yeah. Right now, so the reason why I removed the right sidebar was for two reasons. Um, I didn't like I could add it back probably today or whenever I want, but it was just a hassle because of like server side rendering and stuff like that and like anyways. But yeah, that's kind of like why I removed it. What else have I been working on? I've been working on just increasing the coverage of the AI. So right now like I'm covering more than 50 different companies. Um so like for each company, you could literally go in and see like the different financial ratios of that company. If you're interested in that specific comparable company, you can just hit it. Um, but yeah, like really designing the valuation too, so that you you could get like a good target price. But like most of the target prices right now are like tweaked out because I just hard coded some of the numbers right here. Um, like the AI is not really even doing it yet.
Explain some of like the technical stuff for the technical folks here. Everyone just want to care about the tech stack and how you built it and the architecture,
Oh, you want the tech stack?
or just like in general, like like what's some of the challenges here with your migration, and also like,
Um,
yeah, what are the hard problems you're solving with on the technical side?
on the technical side. Um, so the main reason why I migrated was search engine optimization. Basically, like my vision is that when you try to hit any company, I would be like the first hit in, even in front of like Yahoo Finance or AlphaSense type of thing. So like the technical challenge, I didn't even really try that hard to be honest. It just took a lot of prompting the AI. Um, but my previous app, I was using like vanilla CSS. I turned that into Tailwind CSS just for speed
Nice.
of like development. Um, what else? Like the back end. The back end is more like what's hard. So like AI system design. Like for example, which agents do you want to run concurrently in the workflow versus which ones do you want to do last, first? Which Where do they get the data from? Right now, like the entire workflow doesn't run on MCP. It literally runs on just like straight up programmatic Python. So like the agent doesn't have the ability to like decide not to get data. It always is grounded in data.
Mm.
Um
So what's your data model look like for this? Like how
uh
do you store these articles? Is it in a database?
yeah. Yeah, just hold on. Let me not share my screen really quick.
Or just say, you can just say it so you don't
Nah,
have to
I
say
could
it.
show you the data model.
No, don't show the database in case there's something.
No,
You can
I
go on
don't need to.
Excel.
That's fine. Um, so this is the data model. So like
Can you zoom in?
oh yeah, zoom in.
What are you using? What database?
Um, this one's Firebase.
Oh, okay, so it's still connecting to your old Firebase database,
Yeah,
but you're just hosting on Next.js, and then it just has like keys to your
yeah,
Firebase database.
yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Um, but yeah, so like the data model pretty much matches like the front end. So there's like the top level keys are going to be like the headers, so business description, industry overview, and competitive positioning and stuff like that.
Mhm.
When you go into the individual keys, there's going to be like industry description, industry growth, and cyclicality, which are like themselves like sub keys in the dictionary. um like the way that I do the data model is using Pydantic. So you basically like make a Pydantic schema and then you feed that into like the API of your choice. So like right now I'm using OpenAI API, but I could like use that same Pydantic model on like Gemini or Claude. Um,
Mhm.
but yeah, so the reason why I wanted it to be this way and super strict is because I want to be able to do like a cross sectional analysis across different companies too. So eventually, what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to take like all the narrative sections and pretty much turn them into like machine readable format for machine learning. So um, basically, all of this data can eventually become inputs to like an XGBoost model or like a light GBM model to rank the stocks based off of um, expected return. And then eventually that's going to be like the platform for my ETF where the ETF will specifically be long like a certain amount at the top and like short at the bottom. Um, but yeah,
I
like
see.
my dream essentially is like I have this website where all my equity research is shown. All that equity research gets fed into a machine learning model that's like proprietary to me. And then that proprietary model like gets traction and you could see that it succeeds. And then eventually I'll launch a ETF. That's kind of like my
I see.
big dream.
Okay. What are you using? The chat's asking. Cursor, Cloud Code, Windsurf. Like, how are you vibe coding this out?
Yeah, so I'll show you like how I do it. So I use Codex and I also use Windsurf. So like I can code. So usually what I do is are you still seeing my screen or not? Probably. But yeah,
Yeah, I can see your screen. Okay.
so I use Windsurf and I use Windsurf mostly to ask questions about the repo. And then I use Codex to actually like produce code,
I see.
if that makes any sense.
I see. Okay, you're feeding
Um,
in like you're asking questions on one side and you're feeding it as on context to the other guy.
yeah, essentially. And then the other thing I do too is like I look at the diff. So let's say I'm doing prompt engineering, I could like really easily see, hey, when I ask the AI to do this instead of this for this specific question, I could see like the diffs right away. That's like the other way that I do it too. So like um I really try to use AI for most of the stuff, but like it's honestly really hard. Like let's say you tell the AI to do something, it might touch other stuff. So
Yeah,
you in my opinion, you still have to look at the diffs. Um but like I try to vibe code as much as possible though, to be honest. But yeah, Windsurf and Codex.
nice. So what's like the next step for the chat here? Like what do you want from the community? How can they help out or how can they provide feedback?
Um What?
Or- like like what do you want the chat to see? Or like you said you launched this, right?
Uh-huh. Right now, I'm just trying to get some eyes on it.
Okay.
But like the main feature that I got from this chat is I need a search bar because like you're looking for meta and couldn't find nothing.
Chat, drop feedback, whatever. Yeah, every so you want testers like what like basically I'm asking
Honestly,
we need like a what's the call to action because you hopped on the stream, you want the show. You want people to you want traffic, you want people to try it.
yeah, try it out. Just review it. I think mostly just getting hits on the website helps with search engine optimization. Obviously.
So everyone go on Peralta.ai and just help drive SEO basically. That's what he
Yeah,
wants.
yeah, yeah. That's basically it. You linked. I got probably like 10 hits. Yeah,
But
of course I'm using you for search engine optimization. The next thing I'm gonna have is James. Every time he like starts a video, he's gonna be like, "This is sponsored by Peralta AI." That's basically the next thing.
yo, John, what's it called? Eh, chats wants comments back. That's what they're saying.
You want comments on the right sidebar? I mean, I can get it done. I'll get it
Okay.
done.
Okay, I have one more question. Like what kind of analytics are you tracking and how are you tracking it?
Um, Let me show you
Like how
actually.
do you know how many users? How do you know that this video actually got you more clicks, etc.?
Yeah. So, I'm using this. You're kind of familiar with what do you call it?
Yeah, Vercel.
Vercel. But yeah, you could see like right now my main focus is just like search engine type of stuff, like m- first contentful paint sub like at the lowest possible. So like real experience score of 100 is like really important to me. Um, what else? I That's really it. I'm not trying to track too much. I'm literally trying to track the bare minimum cuz like my I have to stay focused on just like getting the maximum amount of pages and like covering as many stocks as I can. And then also like just improving the quality of the report.
I see. How do you check how many hits you got on your website?
Um just
Do you
you
have
could actually
analytics set up?
yeah, I have that too.
You should be able to easily track how many visitors and
But yeah, this was
stuff.
since yesterday.
Nice, it's a big boost. 161 visitors in the last few
Yeah,
days. Few
it's
people
so
online.
interesting cuz like most of the people are not even like from Canada, and I cover mostly like
I mean, all your stocks there,
yeah, they're
Apple,
like
Meta, what
yeah,
AMD, those are like
yeah.
list New York
But
Stock Exchange
like
question.
the funniest thing is I'm probably gonna like start covering India. I'll show you like the India stats.
Why? Because you have a lot of people from
Yeah,
India watching you.
there's people in India that kind of like I know India too is like starved for equity research because like they
Probably,
just don't
yeah.
have people doing it. So I think that that's like helpful too. Oh, what the heck? It got updated. Look at that.
Damn, the India experience is bad. Maybe you don't have a server near them.
Yeah, what the heck? Isn't Vercel supposed to handle the CDN cache?
You're gonna have to pay extra for that.
Dang. Hell no. But yeah, you could see like um I know there's a market for this. I the main reason why I removed the chat was it just was slowing down dev time. Like it was just slowing me down a little bit.
It wasn't a feature that you thought you didn't want to spend any time thinking or maintaining the feature, so you
Not really,
killed it.
yeah. Yeah, because
Makes
like right
sense.
now the community is so small. Like worst case scenario, I could just open a Discord and do it there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But that's obviously not ideal because like I don't get users. But I don't even care about that. Like I just want reach because eventually, like when I do launch a ETF, I want the maximum eyes on it rather than just like a little bit. But yeah, what the heck? Why is India so poor performing? Like, what the heck is that?
And yo, chat. John started posting again, so go follow him. He's doing a 1K to 1 million challenge. So he's posting. Everyone go follow my brother. He just started posting again. How is it back from like your hiatus?
What?
Like how does it feel to be back after kind of like taking 6 months off YouTubing?
It's pretty chill. It's pretty chill. I played a lot of video games. Um, I actually was working on this site like intermittently too. It's
Yeah.
just I couldn't like I wasn't gonna release too much. You know what I mean? Like I
Yeah.
wasn't I don't know, I was just like working on the back end and like designing.
Yeah. Cool. All right. Let us know when you got more updates on it.
But yeah, they wanted it to be like an open source dashboard that they can all improve the AI.
That's what one guy said. But
Yeah, no, I said that.
oh,
But like right now, I want maximum coverage. So like this is a soft launch. Like I'm just getting traction, like traffic wise, and then eventually like I'll add back auth and all that stuff.
I see. Makes sense.
Yeah.
All right,
You
cool.
want
Good
a
luck.
long or
Good luck
short?
on that. I
Yeah,
gotta take
yeah.
a break because my eyes are literally
Yeah.
burning.
All right.
Feel-
Okay. Okay, peace.
Okay. Peace, bro. My eyes are burning, bro. I've been studying or I've been on this stream for like 3 hours. But I'm gonna do 1 more hour of just straight Codeforces grinding. So we're gonna do some of like the actual contests, but so I'll be right back. Then we're gonna chop up some videos. You take a quick break. Then we'll answer questions and stuff too. What do you mean Mac binds? Oh, I just kind of like Command Shift 4 and then it pops that thing and then I grab it and open it up. I'm not stopping my stream. I'll be right back. I just need to take a quick break. My eyes are burning. Be right back. We're gonna still grind Codeforces probably in like I'm gonna take 15 minutes and I'm gonna grind Codeforce. So feel free to come back. Or go do LeetCode or something or some other interesting stuff. I'll be right back. Holy, so nice out. This is why I start streaming less in the summers, cause it's so hard to be inside when the weather's like that outside. But we gotta lock in. Gotta balance it. Alright, we're gonna try to do some Codeforces. How much can I bench press? My max? My max is like 2 plates and a 10. 2 plates and a 5 or something. For like a couple reps. Or 1 rep. My 1 rep max is like 2 plates and a 5. But I've been cutting weight, so it's probably lower now. What about you? How much do you bench? No, it's harder to get into a Fang in Canada than in the US because there's way less Fang companies hiring. I don't know many people who work in a Fang in Canada. Uh, like I literally, yeah, I don't know anybody. What's 60 kgs? One. So what is that? Is that on each side? You're putting 60 kgs or total? Okay. So I'm basically in Canada or in the US. Well, you're basically doing a plate on each side, like 45 on each side. Nice. Let's go. John, I like that. You're shipping fast. You're shipping like these big companies expect you to ship that fast these days. When are you gonna change the UI? Are you gonna keep the UI the same, or you should ask ChatGPT to like redesign it too? Yo, chat. This next 54 days, I'm gonna lock in on my diet. I mean, I've been locked in my diet. I just like no more. I won't. I'm just not gonna drink alcohol for the next 54 days. I've been drinking way too much alcohol. Yeah, pretty much every weekend, I'm drinking alcohol, so I can't be doing that. My diet's on lock, but I've tried it before. I've done it before, but I'd rather not do intermittent fasting. I'd rather just keep a good consistent diet. Cause intermittent fasting, I don't know. I'd rather just like consume 200 less calories than I need to in a day versus starve myself for 16 hours in a day. All right, chat. Ask some questions. Ask some questions. I'm finishing my food and then I'll get into Codeforces, but I can answer some questions from now real quick. Who here actually like diets and goes to the gym? Honestly, starting in December was the first time I've ever went on a diet, but I didn't diet as in where I just figured out what my maintenance calories which was around 1900, and I just cut down my calories to around 1700. Yo, you'll see crazy results, JN. I've been working out for years, like like a long, long time. And now that I'm actually eating a good diet, I cut down a lot of my fat, so like my abs show a lot better, my muscles are more defined and everything. It's way like if you just diet, you're gonna have a good looking body, and the gym is just it just helps it even better. But if you just go to a gym, you could still look bad if you don't diet. Thoughts on the layoffs? Well, there's no layoffs that happened at Meta. Amazon, it happened in January. What are my thoughts on the layoffs? Yeah, I don't know why they need to do layoffs. I don't think, do you think it'll reflect industry down to mid-level companies as well? No, I think this is a big company thing. I mean, companies have been doing layoffs. These big companies have been doing lots of layoffs, I think. But it's no longer the point where the company is bloated anymore, or it might still be. I don't know. I think what a lot of these companies are doing too is updating their organization structure to reflect the new world in AI. But honestly, I have no idea why they're doing layoffs. Me personally, I wouldn't do the layoffs. I would transition people to work on like new products that we need to launch. I would rather reorganize than lay off completely. But most of the time when they reorg, they also lay people off. Yeah, I don't really spend a lot of time thinking about layoffs or figuring out what companies are laying off and stuff. I really don't even know why they lay off. Like it makes sense for me if they're laying off low performers and stuff like that, but cutting large portions of the company, especially people who are at least meeting the expectation, doesn't make that much sense to me because you can transition them to something else. But no, I don't know if those layoffs are just rumors. I haven't seen them, but yeah. Well, but when I joined, there was layoff. They already did 12, 13, 14, 15% layoff when I right before I first joined, and I've been safe for the last 10 months. But then they're gonna do it again, which is like yeah, it's a lot of people losing a lot of people. So I would say new joiners are safe for sure. And if org is probably gonna lay off, they probably wouldn't have been hiring in that. They're not gonna hire people for a position. They probably would have froze hiring in some of those departments and then laid off the department. I don't know. All I'm gonna say is I know just as much as you guys when it comes to things being laid off. Like when it comes to layoffs, I only hear that from the news. I only hear that from like Bloomberg. Y'all probably hear it before me. The reasons for laying off, I have no idea any either. I don't really research that, so yeah, like I'm very tapped out of that. Honestly, I just try to focus on what I can control. But yeah, most of the time they'll do a hiring freeze on your specific team or your specific department, or yeah, they'll just freeze hiring before they hire any. If your team is hiring people, that's probably a goodish sign because it means that they still need people there. Otherwise, they would have froze hiring and then like laid off that department. Yo, Jan, so my diet is pretty much I haven't done groceries in ever since I started working at Meta because Meta gives me free breakfast, lunch, and dinner. So for breakfast, I'll have protein shake and then like a coffee. That'll keep me up until like 11 or 12. And for lunch, usually I just have like salad, mixed greens, spring greens, or spinach, and then some protein. It could be chicken, it could be steak, whatever they have. Just get like a couple handfuls of whatever protein that they have, and that's my lunch always. Is very low calorie, greens with some lean meat. And then for dinner, I'll usually have a protein shake and then just whatever they have at the office, but I'll make sure not to eat too much carbs and focus on the protein. So that's been cutting me. That's how I've cut 20 pounds so far in the last few months. But on the weekends, you could do the same thing. So on the weekends, yeah, I don't have lunch at work. So what I'll do is today I just bought like a rotisserie chicken. So you just have like one of those chickens, and then I just eat it with greens. Yeah, I just cut a lot of the carbs. Because carbs is almost, I still eat a little bit of carbs to just make sure my energy levels don't dip. But I try to focus on hitting like 1 pound of protein per my body weight. Yeah, rotisserie chicken stick. Damn, you have a Amazon interview in 2 hours? What kind of, is it a technical or behavioral? Yeah, and for the rotisserie chicken, focus on eating the, like, take away the skin and focus on just eat like chicken breast. Focus, the chicken breast gives you the most protein. Obviously, you don't throw the rest of it, but tips for Amazon. I did Amazon before. Focus on, ensure that you could just, you're good with graphs, your graph traversals. Practice like, yeah, understand the leadership principles for sure. Customer obsession is like their most important one. Make sure you understand that. I don't know. You only have 2 hours. There's not much that you could figure out in the 2 hours. Maybe just look up common questions that people are gonna get asked and the solution. At this point, you're not trying to learn anything, but maybe you're just trying to learn what questions. You're just trying to guess what they're gonna ask you. So right before, like a day before my interview, I'm no longer trying to learn anything. I'm trying to focus on trying to figure out what they're gonna ask me. So I'm reading the top asked questions. I'm looking at the Glassdoor and all that stuff, seeing the commonly asked questions, and then just ensuring I know the trick if there's a trick. And I'm not trying to study like actual algorithms. I should already have had that by now. How are you feeling with LeetCode? You want to do a mock right before your interview? Yeah, rotisserie chicken is the best. Jan, how much times are you working? Damn, you got an Optiver OA? Dude. Yeah, I'm down to try. Is it hard? Dev, what up? Yo, I didn't know all these companies are in Poland. Jan, like you pretty much have option to just work at anywhere living there in Poland. Yo, I kind of want to move to London. James, for small to mid companies, what should you focus on? Small to mid companies are way more practical questions. So focus on practical questions not the LeetCode style questions. Same with mid companies. Those are practical multi-part questions as well usually. The thing, it's kind of harder to get into those small and mid companies or anticipate what they're going to ask you because there's less data. But no, I don't know what Stripe normally asks, but maybe someone in the chat does. What I would do, I don't know what any of these questions or these companies would ask, but I would just go on LeetCode discuss. I would go on Glassdoor, etc. If you'll find a way to find out exactly what they ask. I've never been into interview and just blindsided by the question. Very rare. Yo, King Hats, also just ask them. Ask them what you're gonna what they're gonna what kind of questions that they're gonna ask. I should probably make a bunch of questions for like multi-part questions that are asked from for small and mid companies. Because people keep asking like what kind of questions these companies ask. Yeah, most small and medium companies is straight all implementation and multiple parts and more practical versus fan companies are more LeetCode algorithmic. Also, it really depends on what company or what space that company is in. Yeah, yeah. King Hats, ask X because X had an interview at Stripe, so he'll know. You have an offer there already? You should just take the interview if you have an interview. Once you get the offer, then you worry about that after. Dude, they're saying the job market is dead. 286 open roles. Jan, you have a really good resume because you get so many interviews. Okay, let's just start bodying this contest. Did I add the oop questions? No, I didn't get the chance to. JN, was our mock helpful? Did it help? Was the interview you did very similar to that? Perfect, man. That's what I like to hear. That's the good. Did you how do you think you did on it? Yo, Jan, would you be down to hop on a call and talk about your OOP interview experience? I think it'd be interesting for people to understand what it's like to interview for OOP, especially that's a pretty big company that you interviewed at, and also like how people can do better in your experience preparing for OOP and stuff like that. We can keep it short, like 15 minutes. You can hop on right now if you're free. Okay, I'm gonna send you. Yeah, Jan gets interviewed from everywhere, like Waymo, Optiver, Asana, everything. So does X though. X gets a bunch. Yo, I sent you an invite. Yo, X, where you working at these days? Weren't you working at like a hedge fund? Didn't you get a job at a hedge fund? Yo, Jan, hop on, let's talk.
Yo,
Yo, Jan, what's up, man? How you doing?
I'm great, bro. I'm grateful to God. What about you?
Yeah, thanks for hopping on. I know like last time we did that OOP interview, so you've been studying and you finally had that OOP interview. So I was just
Yeah,
curious how that went. How can people study for object oriented? How was your experience doing object oriented? What went well, what didn't well, etc.
yeah, for sure. So basically, the mock interview that we did was very useful because I was focusing on trying to like optimize the time complexity and work from, let's say, from the other point perspective. However, after your feedback and when I did some reading some books and etc., OOP is more about OOP principles, basically. So what I would say is that the difference between the usual LeetCode question and OOP interview was that understanding that creating the classes and all of those principles of like abstraction, encapsulation, I don't know, polymorphism, all of that, mentioning those while modeling your classes was like I think it's pretty important because even though you implement some brute force, let's say, way of doing things within those classes, if your
Mm.
class works and it makes sense, I think that was more important for the interviewer to see whether the thing that I created is replicable, does it make sense, you know? Um, so yeah, like, and then after that, after modeling out all the classes and methods, there was a like a little short time to implement everything. So I went with brute force and explained how could I optimize it if I had time. And
Wait, are you
basically,
allowed to say what they asked you at a high level or?
no,
Oh, okay.
nah. So, but I wouldn't say it's like any different from any other OOP questions. It's just OOP, right?
Yeah.
Um,
Like what did I ask you? Was it similar to that? Like same kind of structure?
basically, yeah. So you sort of given something and you got to implement that class with some methods, right? And yeah, basically that's it. For example, I can say what questions you can work on to
Yeah,
get better at it,
sure.
right? Yeah, sure.
Like
So it's
what?
like some questions like parking lot, design a parking lot, right?
Mm.
Um,
Okay, so how would you do
so
that? Suppose I put you on an interview on the spot right now. I said, design a parking lot. How would you break it down now that you've experienced a few OOP interviews?
yeah, for sure. So basically, first I would ask the scale of the problem on what we gotta focus on. Like which level are we focusing on? Are we focusing on high level, low level, right? So align on that. Whether our parking lot has to have like whether we will re-implement this parking lot in different places, or is it just design one more parking lot in more like low level, because I noticed that this can be different. Sometimes it's too high level, sometimes it's very low level, so got to be careful on that. um and then maybe after you identify the scale and the scope of the problem, try to go from like trying to figure out what are the objects, right? Who are the actors? So basically, who are the like literally the users, and who what are the objects of that thing?
Mm.
So what is the car? And when you're implementing the car, like you can say, okay, so we have different types of cars. So let's implement like one big class car, and for that, let's see you like reuse this class for other type of cars like small car, middle car, all of that car. So you have to show the skill of like why are you using polymorphism here, um like why is it important. So they might ask you a question like, why can't you create just one class of car, right?
Mm.
Or there's like a good use cases of some methods. You need to create those like create this abstraction layer, right? So your functions should be like one shot. Let's say your method should be one shot, solve one problem. Your class should solve one problem as well. So for example, if you're like doing so many things as I did, for example,
Yep.
when I was doing the LeetCode, like
Mm.
LeetCode style, right? I was implementing in one class a lot of stuff,
Yep.
and it can get really messy, right? So
Mm.
basically, avoid that. I don't know, and be abundant. I don't know. That's like that's the logic that I got. Be abundant on creating some classes. Create class for everything actually, basically. So I don't know.
I see.
And
Yeah.
yeah,
Like if you're modeling a parking lot, model the parking lot, then model the car, model the like whatever data that you have that you could represent an object, turn it into a class and like turn it
yeah,
into
basically. So
yeah.
take the objects, make them classes, right? The car, the parking lot, parking ticket. I don't know. The parking spot itself, big one. Is it like one instance? Do you have to do singleton,
Mm.
whatever? And then actors, right? Like who's gonna use that? Some user, right? So user gonna drive the car. I don't know, driver. And you need an admin who will be able to, I don't know, check the cars and etc.
Mm.
So we have the actors done, and then the methods. So basically, what this car do, what this ticket machine do, what does ticket do, whatever, like what information it holds, right? Um, oh yeah, and the states, right?
Yep.
Tracking the states, etc. That's very important. That was actually one of the most important part of the interview, because
Mm.
yeah. So I think parking lot kind of questions are like those are like, how do you track the like I don't know the details of the car, where, right? So
Mm.
so you gotta understand that where you should implement that, so it will be easier for you to, I don't know, get that information real quick and good. I don't know. So
I see. So how did you prepare for this OOP interview?
um so basically what I did is I just basically ChatGPT'd all OOP principles just
Mm.
to learn this. And and after learning the principles,
Like what
it was
principles? Like abstraction, encapsulation,
it's abstraction, encapsulation, and all of those like basics, right?
polymorphism, overloading.
Polymorphism, yeah. But I didn't focus too much on like all of those like rulings that are like some advanced rulings in OP. I just
Mm.
focused on basics, like uber basics. And then I love more like practical learning, so I asked ChatGPT to give me a question.
Mhm.
and basically 45 minutes timer. I tried to like write some code, submit it, and then get feedback. And then I would say, you are a senior software engineer, how would you do that? And it
Mhm.
would write me some code, and I would see and learn how this guy does, right? And just basically, okay, I got it. Try to re-implement this knowledge, but other question, another question. So just by
Nice.
practicing, yeah, and then you will just eventually get better.
Yeah.
And most of them like basically follow the same, I don't know, pattern. There are like some patterns. So yeah.
No, that's honestly that's the best way to use AI right there. You're using AI as a tutor. You're asking it to generate you questions, and then you're testing your solution against it as well. That's sick.
Yeah, studying is so easy nowadays. I don't know, you don't even have to pay for it that much. Like you don't pay for ChatGPT, right?
Yeah,
So
I pay, but
I mean, yeah, I pay too, but you can do it for free. I mean, that's what I
yeah.
mean. Like, so yeah.
So in your actual interview, where do you think you did good, and where do you think you could have improved for next time?
Um, Definitely I could start coding earlier. Like over explained kind of stuff. Like
Mhm.
even the things that interview didn't ask, I was like explaining it. I don't know. So next time probably, if there is any, like I wouldn't over explain. I'd rather um just start coding and answer the questions that I was asked, and basically that's it. But I'm not sure how that's evaluated as well. So you're the engineer here who would evaluate a candidate, whether he's over explaining or not. Is it good or not? I actually need your like
Yeah.
opinion on this. What do
No,
you think?
actually, yeah, I wasn't there for your interview. So
Mm-hmm.
I think what we should do is probably run it back. I think last time my feedback was around that you need to focus on like the object oriented related stuff, because I remember you took it like it was a LeetCode question, but I wanted you to design the class, design the functions and stuff like that. But I think you were focused more on like the actual algo. So
Yeah,
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 is
yeah,
that my advice? And then also the state management stuff.
yeah, yeah. Definitely. That was your feedback, right?
Yeah.
And algo is kind of not that important. I don't know. I got this feeling that algo was not that important. They're like, yeah, 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 like you know,
Yeah.
whatever, high level.
Because at the end of the day, once you have all the classes, you have all the functions. If you need to speed anything up, you just update one of the functions to just improve it a bit, but you'll have everything there. Um,
Yeah.
oh
So
yeah,
that yeah. So
we
yeah, I think mock interviews are really useful.
yeah, we should do another one soon. Maybe next weekend. I'll send you a link where we have to. We'll see. We'll have a video of you doing a coding interview again, like oop, and we'll see
Yeah.
the difference because I'm sure it's gonna be a big difference. Like
Yeah,
you
for sure.
just especially just studied it a bit because before your coding skills were great, you had everything there, but just the way you approached it and the approach was like you didn't study how to do a oop interview. I think that just makes a big difference now that you studied it.
Yeah, definitely. I'm still crooked in like how do I store the data? Where do I store the like states, right? It's like it's so versatile because
Yeah,
sometimes you can store it that way, this way, and the trade-offs. So yeah, like I gotta learn more, but for sure I'm down for the new
yeah,
interviews and get better, right?
yeah. I mean,
For sure.
there's no right answer to a lot of these things. There's so many
Yeah,
different ways. It's more just like, can you produce one or more answers and then discuss trade-offs between them? That's what a good engineer does, especially in real life. There's going to be so many ways to solve a question. And sometimes you don't want to even implement the most optimal case because the data is too small or based on the constraints you don't need to. So why implement the harder approach that's harder to read? Go with the easier approach that's simple and then scale it up later. There's so many
yeah, def
things you need to understand. So it's like there's no right answer. Being able to talk about the different ways that you can do things and the trade-offs is always a super positive signal.
Yeah, defo. And I would say like yeah, so basically everything that you said. That's perfect. And the interview itself, I can share something is that it was not never about whether you can like implement the classes or something. It's basically expected.
Mm-hmm.
It's more about discussing the trade-offs actually. Like, okay, you implemented this, why? You keep the state here, why? And what happens if you keep the state there and why? Like those kind of questions were more common. And I was basically talking and talking and talking, like explaining like, oh, it would be this, it would be that, trade-offs are this, trade-offs are that. And they would be like, okay. And you're like, for this use case, I would go for this one. So you reason it out. I don't know. But even if at the end of the interview you were wrong, maybe
Yep.
you gave the reasoning. I don't know. Maybe that makes more sense.
Yeah.
I don't know.
We'll see. Let me know how it goes. Thanks for hopping on. We can let me message you so we can schedule that like follow up, and then we'll see. We'll be able to compare the difference. I think that would be a very interesting video.
Yeah, for sure. And then we gotta do the system design. I
Oh
suck
yeah,
at
oh yeah.
those.
We gotta do one of those. Yeah, we can do both of them next weekend. How are you getting all
Yeah, for
these
sure.
interviews, by the way? Is your resume really, really good, or chats at been
Nah,
asking?
nah, I wouldn't say so. I'm not like I think everyone is getting interviews in Poland at this moment, to be honest. Um, because many companies are mass hiring here. You can just yourself check any big tech company, filter
Mm,
out job applications to Poland, and you'll see a lot of like open positions.
yeah.
So yeah, I mean,
Why are they doing that? Why Poland specifically and not other European countries as well, or is it all over Europe?
I think I have no idea why Poland, but I noticed the pattern of Poland, Romania, and then Switzerland are the main countries.
Mm.
Um, yeah, if you want to know the reason why Poland and Romania, just go to levels FYI and check everything, and you'll see the answers, right? But yeah, mostly that. I
The
think
pay you're
that's the reason.
saying?
Yeah, yeah, for sure.
I
Because
see.
pay is like difference is great. Because the quality of life here for I don't know, like quarter of what you get in like San Francisco here is like a lot. So that
Yeah,
would be interesting if you could just go and check or like in the stream right now and have some comments on it.
I see. Okay, levels FYI.
Yeah.
So what companies are hiring there? You want me to talk about their pay?
Yeah, for sure. Like any company, any FANG.
Okay, let me look up Google. Are they hiring there? Google?
Oh my, yes, of course.
A lot?
Of course. They're like mass hiring.
Software engineer, Poland. Okay. So in Warsaw, they're saying entry level is 101K, 154
Yeah.
and 205. That's a lot.
Yeah. So like that's smaller compared to US salaries.
Yeah,
But
it's
I
like
think,
half.
yeah, but I think for the quality of life here, like those salaries are, um, yeah, you're gonna live like a king basically.
Yeah,
But
for
for the
sure.
L4, if you see, the difference is huge. Like L4, I don't know.
Well,
It's
I
like,
agree. It's even in Canada, it's like that. It's similar to that where you'll get paid good, but for
yeah,
me, the way I look at it is I'd rather just get as much as possible and then figure out the rest after.
yeah,
So I'd
definitely.
rather make the 578 and then figure out how to reduce costs and the other ways to make my life better.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, imagine if your rent is super high, like
Yeah.
$8,000 compared to Poland, like 1,000. Yeah, let's say. And in Poland, you have 1K or 2K left compared to
Mm,
what you have in US, like 4K left.
yeah.
iPhone will cost $1,000
Yeah.
everywhere. Like,
Yeah.
so you're basically able to buy more things and I don't know, consume more things, which makes you able to buy more cost and cloud cost, so you can build stuff, so you're more
Mm.
capable of building and generating more money.
Mm.
So yeah, basically that's the only bottleneck. But yeah, I agree with you,
No,
right?
but it's crazy though. Like this much pay that's a really good pay, honestly, especially with the cost of living.
Yeah, for sure. I agree. I agree.
Yeah,
People are not
this is really good.
complaining.
How much would you usually pay on taxes? If you're gonna make 205 grand, what is the tax?
Half of it.
Half of it.
Yeah,
So if you're making 200K, you'll leave with like 100K.
yeah, just half. Because
That's kind of terrible because
yeah, because in Europe there's such thing as higher bracket of tax where if you earn a lot, you will pay a lot of taxes, like a lot. But that comes with the free healthcare, free
yeah.
education, all right? So all of that beautiful stuff out there, and you
Mm,
have more secure jobs. I don't know compared to US. That's what everyone
yeah.
says. Yeah, you human rights and stuff, but I don't know, I have no idea. I never worked in US. I'm just saying whatever people are saying. But
No,
yeah,
it's
usually.
probably true in some like it's probably true in some way, 100%. But I think also one thing is when you're making that much money, it's you don't really need to live in pretty much if you're making over 500 grand, your life is you get a lot of the benefits without seeing a lot of the BS as well.
Yeah, definitely.
So
Definitely.
if you're living in the US and you're making like $1 million a year, you're pretty much not ever gonna see any of the BS that comes with being in the US. Like you can completely dodge it because you just have the flexibility and money to do live where you want. But yeah, but for I think it's more just for the like the average worker, the average salary. Europe is probably way better. But I've never worked in Europe. But I've worked in Canada. The main thing, the only thing I didn't like about Canada, I mean, first off, not all these companies don't hire in Canada the same way they're hiring in Poland. I wish that was the case. I don't know why they don't really hire in Poland or in Canada. And then the U.S. companies, they just work a bit faster than the Canadian companies or push a little bit harder. And earlier in my career, I just wanted to work at a place that was pushing harder.
Yeah, for sure. For sure, I agree. Because I noticed the tendency of all Poland teams are more like infra, I don't know, data and all of that stuff, and all the like product features are being built in US still. I don't know, I have this
I see.
pattern I noticed. So yeah, that's why I was asking like about like infra positions and how to get cracked because I don't know how to get even cracked at infra if you don't have the scale. How do you test? How do you build? I don't know. Okay, you built a database, so what? Like 5 users, good
Yeah.
job. Like,
I would say
so
read a lot of books, work on you like learning by doing, so I don't know. I actually don't know. Honestly, I would just read a lot of books. It's hard to learn by building actual info, but you could try to build some like a distributed database and some other things.
yeah, probably gotta try those instead of doing some LeetCode.
Yeah, LeetCode is I don't know. I only do LeetCode for fun, but when I'm trying to get better at stuff, I'm not doing LeetCode at all.
Yeah, for sure. When I land that meta, I'll start doing it for fun for sure.
Yeah. All right, man.
But until that, yeah.
I'll talk to you later. I'll message you on LinkedIn so we can schedule that system design and also the other stuff.
Yeah, for sure. I'm down. Thank you for the stream, James.
All right. Catch you, man.
Yeah.
Peace.
Yeah. Bye. Peace.
You gotta make 400K to not live in a cardboard box. Nah, if you make over two, heard. So the the only reason I live in a small apartment is because I want to save as much money as possible, and because when I started off, when I moved to San Francisco, my base salary was only 125K, and my stock was like fake stock. So I was essentially, when I first moved here in 2021, I was making 125K flat, and with 125K flat, there's not many. You can't go spend 3,000 a month on rent. You can, that's fine. So if when I was making 125K a year base, every paycheck after tax came out to be like 3.7K, 3.8K. So if I spent $3,000 in rent, it'll leave me $800 in my paycheck, and I'll essentially have 44, probably around like 4,000. Yeah, your paychecks are like 1.5K because you're investing it. Yeah, all the auto stuff, but I'm talking about like without the auto stuff. Without the auto stuff, my paychecks are tiny as well without the auto stuff. But what would your paycheck be if you didn't have the auto stuff? 3.7K bi-weekly. Yeah, that's bi-weekly. 125K base will get you that. California salary calculator. I know people who survived. I don't even know how to calculate that. I just remember I was getting paid around, let's just say 3,500. But then, Paul, at the same time, I wanted to save money. I wanted to be able to grow my 401k. I wanted to go on trips and etc. You'll still be able to do it on 125K salary for sure with a higher rent. But then your 401k will not grow that fast. Even with the current rent that I had, because I was going on a lot of trips and stuff and spending, I was only saving like 25K in a year. So I was blowing a ton of my money. Yeah, because I was. Oh, no, meta salary is different. Last year I probably saved like 100K or something like that in just a year. But also I blow 100K in a year. Dude, my credit card statements are like 70, 80K. I'm telling you, some of the nights out, yeah, I'll blow 100K in a year. Is that a lot? Trips and stuff. Eating. I've never done groceries in years. I don't know about maybe not 100K, but at least over 60, 70K, 80K I'll drop in a year. That's including my rent, all that stuff. Rent, my car, gym memberships. Like, no, every time I go to a club, I'll get the cheapest bottle. The most I'll spend in a night out is like 1,500. But I've done like 1 year I did that. I probably dropped like 13, 15K on bottles. But this year, I'm not doing that no more. But that was spread out over like 10, 15 different. times going to a club, and then also traveling and stuff gets really expensive. When I went to Europe, I blew 15K so last year. So it's pretty easy to drop 60, 70, 80. I just pay market. How much do y'all? But honestly, that's not a lot. I remember when I was an intern, I blew like 25K in a year or something like that when I was still in school. But I had a car. I was driving a lot. I had gas. I was buying out. I eat out a lot. I eat out 3 to 4 times a week. You spend 2K or no? Yeah, yeah. Dude, count up everything. Just go on your Amex and just look at what you spent on your Amex. I'll look at that right now and I'll show you. And that's just my Amex. I have multiple cards. I'm not happy about spending a lot of money though. I'm fixing that up this year. Yeah, but you don't pay your own rent too, right? Imagine you paid your own rent too. So my rent cost me, let's say 2K all in all. That's 24K. Yeah. Yeah, so if you added rent, so if you added rent, you'd probably be dropping 5 grand a month, and then you stretch that out over the year, that's 60 grand. And then you throw in a little bit of partying there, you're dropping an extra. You can hit 80. Throw in a little traveling. Let me see what my. Yeah, Paul, you probably spend like 80K a year because like you have a dog, you have a girlfriend, you have a car. I mean, do you travel at all? Like how often do you and Paul, how often do you travel? Alpha, how often do you travel? Once you do couple trips in a year and if you go to Europe, you're gonna be dropping 20, 30 grand. Yeah, okay. Bro, just flights to GNCU, just flights to Europe cost. Yeah, it really depends. Yeah, 4 to 5K a trip, but I don't really want to stay in a hostel and stuff like that. And when I on the trip, sometimes you go out, you eat fancy. I don't really eat fancy, but I just go on a shit ton of trips. Yeah, I was in Europe for a while, and I was in dude. London is the most expensive city I've ever been in. I just get my regular 23 days, 21 days, or something like that. Dude, London is the most expensive city I've ever been in. And I was also in France. France is expensive as hell. Barcelona was cheaper, but ramen. If I'm making 400K, I'm running up 20 bands a month. I'm good with my money. I was at the Diamond District in New York, and I was at Trax NYC, and he had a one of the diamond necklace on me. He was trying to sell it for 8K. I was about to buy it, but I decided not to. 8K lab diamond tennis bracelet or tennis necklace. It was actually fire, but I was like, it was lab diamond. I don't know. I like jewelry. It just depends on what you like. If you like jewelry, get it. If you don't, dude, I was no. It just depends on where or like what you do. You know what I mean? Like I go out. I do a lot of like social activities, so I need to. I can't not spend money on clothes and accessories and stuff like that. It, if I go to the club, I need a good fit on. I need some good jewelry. The people in the Bay Area or in SF and they it's different than in New York. In New York, people are like dressing up, they're wearing this, they're wearing that, they're buying jewelry. So, it's really about because I think the city's more social, there's more social events, doing stuff like that. No, you don't have to compete with billionaires at the club. It really depend. I would I can't even get into what club they go to. Bugging on what? I don't spend that much money though. Like when I go shopping, I go to Zara's, I go to Uniqlo. I'll buy a little bit of. I mean, like I'm not buying designer brand, but like I'm not. I need to spend money on clothes and stuff like that. Also because I wanna dress decently. When I go to when I go to when I go to work, I'm not dressing up and stuff like that But I obviously I care to dress up, but spending all your money, bro, you go exactly. I seen advice like that. People dropping all their money to motivate them to drop even more. I mean, I shop at Costco too. I have a lot of Costco clothes. But Alpha, it's all different. It really depends on where you live. If you go to New York and you're not, if you go to New York, everybody is dressed up. You go on the subway, everyone is putting together a good fit, has accessories on everything. Exactly. That's just the culture. So, and it's pretty cool. You go to NYC, it's pretty cool to see that everyone's fashionable, right? You go to SF, it's pretty cool to see that it's pretty cool to see that it's really Silicon Valley. You know what I mean? There's a lot of focus on that as well. When I don't like to dress up and stuff, but I'm not gonna not spend any money on clothes. Let's see. Cause look at this stupid question. Yo, they just added so much AI stuff to VS Code now. Why, Paul? Why do you not care about fashion or anything like that? Yeah, I guess if you didn't grow up around it or do that, it doesn't really matter. But also, you need to dress reasonable too at work in order to. It really helps as well too if you're put together and stuff like that. People might take you a little bit more serious. Unless you're just like some cracked out engineer. Alpha, say swear to God. I don't wear raggy music. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. No, fashion here is different. Fashion here is different. People wear, a lot of people in SF and stuff wear athletic gear, Patagonia, stuff like that, and it's fine, I think. Like it all just depends on what you want to do or where you're going. Like me, honestly, I go out a lot, so I have to dress up. That's the main thing. And I always grew up sort of going out, so I needed to always buy outfits and stuff. I would never wear like those baggy ass clothes that are in fashion trend right now. Yeah, it's true. Ramen, you're so, if you're rocking Montclair, you're such a Toronto man. Purple jeans. Purple jeans? Yeah, that's also Toronto for sure. Toronto jeans, Tim's, and fake Montclair. Ramen, once I'll see, if I see you, I'll test out your Montclair. I can know if it's fake right away. But honestly, most people wear fake designer. Like who cares? I bought a fake Rolly from in Canal Street, NYC. Got this, got this fake Rolly. Submariner. It looks so real too. Cause I went to the Rolly store and I compared it right after. The only thing different is the tick by a little bit, and you could tell by the material. Yeah, fake Rolly. What type of music do I like? Honestly, I listen to a lot of everything. I've been listening to a lot of. Usually, I listen to just rap music, but I've been listening to a lot of like Spanish music, reggaeton. Bro, even like pop music I listen to. What else? Yeah. I listen to a lot of Toronto artists too. Like when it comes to rap, I listen to a lot of Toronto rappers. I always for sure I like Drake, but I'll also listen to like Top Five, Pressa, YG, like from Toronto, like all those guys. I listen to them. 3M French, Robin Banks. I listen to those people. Um, who else? Those are all like the Toronto rappers. Then like from the US, NBA YoungBoy. Who else? Kodak Black. I like Kodak. Central C from the UK. That's the type of the music I like. Okay, let's handle this shit. What is this question? Ramen, you rock Montclair? That's actually fire though. People rock Montclair to work out here. Okay, let's look at this question. Otter Z set up a battle with N monsters in order to increase his combat power. Each monster has a combat power AI, and Otter Z has a combat power of C. He has K flip. You're saying if I go to SF, I can't shop at Ralph's? Man, the thing is, people in SF don't care about fashion. I don't even know what they care about. I think they just, yeah, I don't know. They don't care about fashion. That's why they're not really dressed up. Do they only care about the tech stuff? I don't know. SF is just autist. Yeah. They just care about, I don't want to say it. I don't know what they care about, but it's clearly not fashion. And a lot of the times Like women go coming here and they're dating and they're just saying that everyone's autistic essentially. That's just from their mouths, not mine. I don't know. I don't even know what that means. It means like they don't know how to talk or something. Why would women go to SF to date? I mean, like they don't. There's more guys than girls out here. The only ones that come here are probably because they like the weather and they have money. They have the money to, or they have a good job, and then they come out here. They have to live out here because obviously they prefer somewhere like New York, but they're out here because maybe they like the weather, they have the better job, etc., and then they have to stick it out. That's most of the time. That's what I notice. And Paul, exactly that too. I've seen that too. I see that all the time. What's SF demographic? It depends, man. Honestly, in the South Bay, I think it's a lot of people from India and China. That's what I'll notice. Yeah. When you go to downtown, it's different. It's more like pretty much everybody. But in the South Bay, it's a lot of people from India and China. When you go into the city, it's completely different. You'll pretty much see a lot, like you'll see more Hispanics, more Mexicans, um, a little bit more Asians, like Filipinos and the other types of Asians. I don't see as many people from India or China walking around in downtown as much, but it's more noticeable when you go down to the South Bay. Um, yeah, a lot of European people, but I think this because they love to travel to SF. So I live near Union Square, so I'll see a lot of European people. Yeah, you'll just see honestly, you'll see a lot of you'll walk around and most of the time you're gonna hear language that's not English. Holy, I haven't even done one Code Forces question this whole stream that I titled Code Forces stream. Paul, for real though, low key. But I think that you could use that as your advantage probably because you're able. Like what I noticed is sometimes presentations. People aren't able to present well because maybe English isn't their first language. So what I notice is some of the leaders or the people that move up, they speak really good English. Like it doesn't really matter where they're from or their accent. They have really good presentation skills and they put together really good English. So I think that's also an important thing as well. Like if you can't communicate your questions or your thoughts well in English, it will bottleneck you a lot. So I feel like sometimes I meet somebody who's really good. I genuinely think if they just like work on some of their conversation skills, they work on their presentation skills, they'll move up way faster. So is the reason why so many people in SF either gay or single. No, I think that they just come to SF because it's like the capital. There's a LGBTQ neighborhood. There's LGBTQ clubs. So yeah, it just lots of. What do you mean circle backs and lots of let's put the pin in this? Yeah, any managers or people who move up, they usually know how to talk well. You'll find people who move up without being able to talk, but they're gonna have to output double the code as if I pump out 500 PRs in a year, no, I'm not single, but if I pump out 500 PRs in a year and I can talk and communicate and present it and stuff like that, somebody will probably have to put out like 1,000 PRs and not say anything to have the same amount of to get the same amount of impact or get promoted the same as me, kind of. Yeah, being likable, being able to talk, all that for sure is important. You got to be able to make friends, you got to be able to talk with people. If you're good and nobody wants to work with you, then it doesn't, you're bottlenecked by that. At the end of the day, you kind of need to be good at everything. You need to be able to code, you need to be able to communicate your ideas, you need to be able to like make conversation with people. You need to be able to good at system design. If you're just good at one or the other, you're gonna be bottlenecked by those other things you're bad at. Okay, what is this question asking? Otter Z set up a battle with N monsters in order to increase his combat power. Each monster has a combat power AI, and Otter Z has a combat power of C. He has K flip flops and can perform the following operation: kill an alive monster. If I is less than AI, then C becomes okay. If that index is less than C, we just add it. Or we can throw a flip flop at any alive monster. Flip flop will be broken, and the monster will become angrier. Help Otter Z obtain the maximum possible C after the battle. What do you mean by abrasive? Let me look this up. I see. Yeah, what kind of name is Otter Z? That's confusing. So we're given AI. So these are the AIs. The first line is three inches N, C, and K. So N equals 1, C equals 12, and K equals 23. Tells K. Oh. Yeah, there's not really PMs in meta these days, or there's PMs is kind of dying out role. Although I think it's still important. I do think it's still important. So what are we given? NCK and then well, the second line contains n integers, so let's just do like 3, 6, 3. So we have K flip flops. And this is the array. Answer equals 6. So if I start with 6, kill an alive monster if AI is less than C. So you can only, let's line this up, 9, 11, 14. If C is 6, kill an alive monster. If AI, so if C is equal to 6, I can't kill anybody because none of these are lower. Wait, kill them. What? How can I kill anyone with this? Okay, I have a combat power of C. If AI is less than C, less than equal. So if this is 6, so 9 is not less than 11. We can't kill anyone. So my C stays the same. So yeah. Let's look at the 6 test case. So what do we want to do? We need to obtain the maximum possible C after the battle. I think if something's low, suppose we have ours is 9. What we're going to do is if we have K flip-flops, if this is 3, if this was 4, we're going to want to throw as many flip-flops as it is possible so it gets angrier and then only kill it when it's we want to maximize its value. So we want to get it as angry as possible to the point where we can still kill it. So we can kind of sort it, get it as angry as possible, then kill it, add it to our score, and then go for the next guy. Increase that as much as possible, make it as angry as possible, kill it, then move on to the next guy. And we could kind of just do that from like, we can just kind of do that in a greedy solution from left to right. Sort and then like make them angry, piss them off, and then kill them. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna implement. Because at the end of the day, we can be greedy. Each monster has a combat AI, and yeah, like there's no limit on how many we can kill. So we always want to kill all the people, all the ones weaker than us, so we can maximize their score as much as possible. And then we want to use up as many K flip flops as possible. So we just want to like whenever we can kill someone, try to use them up and then kill them. Oh yeah. Okay, let's implement this. This is just, dude, is probably like the first question in a contest. Or this is the first question in the contest, so it's gonna be easy. Yo, Sean, what's up? Welcome back. split. I'm gonna have to learn C++ soon when I get to the harder questions. Codeforces apparently. Sean, how much does it ramp up after the second questions? I'm gonna do this contest on March 29. Well, everyone loves Rust, huh? I was showing one of my coworkers, like I was visiting Nova Credit office and we were doing Codeforces and he wanted to do it in Rust. I was like, bro, that's crazy. I feel like the input and output is harder in Rust, huh? Damn, you're doing Rust at work now? Since when? We're gonna just sort this. So what we're gonna do is for I in range for num in C or for num in second, what we're gonna do is if C, we're gonna have to manage K as well. If C, yeah, I wonder when they're gonna do layoffs. We'll see. What are the best startups to work at? Man, I have no idea. Really depends on the day. AI ones, basically. If C. Um, C. We want to print C at the end. Equals min max of. So what we're gonna do here is we have our number. Suppose the number is 2. We need to increase it. We need to do num. If that number is less than or equal to C, we're gonna want to consume it. We're gonna do 6 plus equals this new number. So what's the new number? So the new number is you're gonna start at other number and we're gonna want to add K to it. We're gonna do, depends on how many K we have left. We're gonna do, what's the difference? The difference is C minus the number. That's the difference that we can eventually add. That's a difference that we can eventually have. But we're rate limited by we're being rate limited by the amount of k. So we'll do. So suppose the difference is 4, but we only have 2 left. If the diff if k is less than diff wait, what if we have 4 left, then we're good. What if we have 3 left? Then we could do if the k is less than diff, and we're gonna have to update the k after. If this is k and the diff is 4. My God, this little math is tripping me up. So if the diff is equal to 4, and we have k left, we're gonna be able to have only gonna be able to use k. Otherwise, I'll clean this up in a second. If the number is less than, what we're going to do is we're going to calculate the difference between that and the number. So this is just the diff. Diff equals k. And then we go num plus diff plus equals shit. Twelve 16 3 6 9 5 3. It looks good to me. I just need to clean up that. I just need to clean this up. If there should be easier way to do this by just using like some minimums. Could we do like minimum of k This work? Yeah, because the minimum of, yeah, this works. Status accepted. Let me try with this cleaned up code. Super easy question. I was just been a while since I saw one of these questions, so it's super slow. Yeah, I think that's good. Perfect. Okay, let's move on to arrays. This one. All right, chat. Read this real quick. Let me take a quick break. What am interactive? Sean, what was your thoughts on visiting the office? I know right away you felt that big company is not for you. Chad, me and Sean came and visited the office, so he knows a lot of people in big tech, but for some reason actually never went into one of the offices. But now it's his first time going into one, and he was kind of. I just remember him. Sean was just shocked of just how much people are working there. It's like a it's like a university. What? Not every company's gonna let you look at their cap table though. It depends though on your role, on what role you are. If you're a bit, if you're maybe like one of the first hires, or you're a big, you're like a, it's a very high up role, they'll probably let you look. Sean, what do you think about big company versus small company? Your experience visiting the Meta office. Let's get the raw, unfiltered. Oh, sorry. I just saw you already answered. Yeah, mind blowing. See all those people. Yeah, NYC is the smallest Met Office, and still a shit ton of people. Okay, you're given an integer array A of length n. For each index I, find the maximum number of indices j. So it says j is greater than I. And AI is less than k. Is greater than. What's cognition? Is it. Is it this? Is this cognition? Uh, Sean, it's all good. You already kind of answered it. Honestly, the only reason why I'm working in a big company is just because the startups that I worked at, or I just wanted to feel what it was like to make as much as you make in a big company. Now I'm good. I wanted to see how my life would change with it, and the extra money is nice though. Yo, Sean, is this the company you're talking about? Yeah, but every company's gonna give you free food in the Bay Area. No way, Apple doesn't have food? How much is food, and like what kind of food did they have? $16 for lunch is kind of expensive. How many working weeks are? Suppose you drop $15. Do they have free food in Cupertino or only in San Diego? Oh, I mean you work remote, right? So if you're dropping $75 a week, that's not bad then. You're dropping like 4 grand. That's not bad. If you did that every day, it's not too terrible. So for each index I, find the maximum. You can't sort it though. Find the maximum number of indices j such that j, I, and the the difference between ai and k. Over all integer values of k. What the hell is k? Yo, it's so nice that the sun is setting after 7 p.m. now. No way they have that. Dude, Nikhil, I'm just doing a contest. On the second test case. What? Okay, 1, 2, 2, 1. Okay, you need to look at the third test case. The distance between do you just choose a random k? Okay, you choose random k. You can choose some k that this is further. This is that it's further than that k for. Okay, for Find a K where this element. Okay. So for this one, this question is worded kind of stupid, but yeah, you can set 195 and it's gonna be. So you just need to find how many ones are bigger. What's the third test case? 1, 2, 3. Okay, if we can choose 195, so it can be 4, 2. Oh, you have to choose some K. So if it's 2. Oh, okay, I see. You just gotta kind of see for each one how many are bigger or smaller than it. And then choose the max. So K equals to 3. Oh, I see. So I think we need to figure out for each element, figure out how many elements to the right are larger or smaller. Choose max. Dude, this question, the way that they were, chat, who actually understood what this question was asking? The way that they worded was terrible. But I think all we need to do is just figure out. So for 2, yeah, you just need to figure out how many are larger than smaller than it. So for 1, to the right, there's 0 larger or 0 smaller and 4 larger. So for 2, we could probably work from the work from the back. So say for 2, there's 0 smaller, 0 larger. For 84, there's 1 smaller, 0 larger. For 93, since I'm larger, there's going to be 2 smaller and 0 larger. For 2, since I'm smaller. Wait, how do I know how many are smaller to my right? What if this was like a 1? I could do like an O of n squared solution. We have 1.5 seconds. I don't know if if that matters. We can do an O of n squared solution where because we only have 10 to the power of 9. Okay, so we can just do O of n squared. Where have I been? I was in New York. Let's just do an O of n squared algo for this. I was in New York for 11 days working from the office there. But we're back. We're going to lock in. 54 days till I hit Europe, so we're going to lock in on the streaming. We're going to make sure we don't get laid off. I mean, that's out of my control. We're going to be hitting the gym. We're going to be, yeah, pretty much just saving up money, working out, and not getting fired. Does NYC live up to the hype? What cities have you been to? Where have you traveled? NYC is a different animal. Yo, if I got laid off, I will literally stream every day for 8 hours a day. Just so I can like survive out here. Probably if I got laid off, my YouTube channel would be a lot better. Cause like my YouTube has been taking a hit. Cause I had to focus so much on work. I'm gonna do an O of n squared algorithm here. We're pretty much gonna count the number that are strictly larger. So, yes, but it's all good. Yeah. Are you Alpha? Do you still have the paid option? How's that been working? Or do you mostly do it for free? Because I know you just had a lot of people need to skip the line, so you added like an extra calendar thing. Like, oh, you mostly so most of the people are paying you? That's crazy. So how about the video one? So how many do you do paid and non-paid, etc.? Oh, that's sick. How much is how much? I'll text you. Yeah, if I ever got laid off, I'll just start doing that. I'll just turn on every monetization feature possible, and then just try to make money like that. If I get laid off, we'll see. We'll see. Layoffs are coming, maybe this week. I have no idea. How much would that make you? Like 1,000 a week? 500 a week? That's not bad. I think that's a good amount a week. Do you mean you're making extra 500 a week? That's actually pretty crazy. Yeah, yeah. I see what you mean. Like, yeah. You should like open up a you could open up Patreon, all that stuff. You could do affiliate links. You could do all that stuff too. So you could probably if you spammed it, if you put out the right stuff with the amount of views and stuff you're getting these days, you probably make like 50, 60, 70K, whatever. Minimum. Probably like if you took like a some deals, maybe you can make push over 100. Yeah, you're gonna start doing system design soon. Coding, dude. Probably do double for loop. This question is so dumb, but like just the wording is just terrible. I still don't know exactly what they're asking, but I'm just reading the inputs and outputs and just figuring out. Yeah, that's what probably what I'll do. Deb, what up? I know the Codeforces descriptions are nasty. But I'm just gonna do a double for loop right here. Then I'm gonna do larger, smaller. If num of greater than nums j, smaller. If the nums of I is less than num j, result dot append string max of larger, smaller. Probably speed this up. What? Oh, I'm so dumb. Bro, I figured out what this question is asking from just reading the inputs and outputs. The problem description was too nasty. I wonder if there's a okay, accepted. I wonder if there's a easier way to solve this question without a double for loop. How would you do n log n? The tutorial. Renwick tree. How we use the Frenwick tree? What is like a prefix sum? How would we use a Frenwick tree to solve this? I've done it once or twice. Frenwick tree. How would we use a Frenwick tree though? Yeah, I'll figure that out later. I need to learn Frenwick tree. You're stuck at 1600 on LeetCode? Nikhil, how? You know presets and stuff like that. I feel like you'd be way higher than that. It's like I'm not even that advanced as like you're mentioning. I'm at almost 1800. I think the main advice is to do good at this is just speed. So it's all about speed in your first few questions. How fast can you touch it? Okay, if you haven't touched DP and graph and stuff, that'll make it a lot harder. But honestly, it's all about speed. Holy chat, I just realized that I've been streaming for 5.5 hours, so we'll cut it short today and we're gonna grind out more questions tomorrow. But I'm gonna get back on this Codeforces grind. At the end of the day, I want to get my rating up to, I think I said over 2,000 on LeetCode and 1,600 on Codeforces. So it's only Q1, so we're making good progress there, but we want to push a little bit harder to just make sure that we hit that. Yeah. I'll catch you on the next stream. Peace out. Thanks for hopping in.
This is not my main thing, really I'm a coder. Coffee stains and in my chains, I am such a loner. San Francisco bases got me slowly taking over. I can't wait to show you that I'm gonna take it over. LeetCode, beast mode, 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 LeetCode, beast mode. This is not my main thing, really I'm a coder. Coffee stains and in my chains, I am such a loner. San Francisco bases got me slowly taking over. I can't wait to show you that I'm gonna take it over.